Maria, we good to go?
Yep, you should have received your notice.
There. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the October 2022 meeting of the ICOC and Application Review Subcommittee. Before we get to calling the roll, we need to swear in our newest member, Judy Chow, who will be introducing herself in a few minutes. But before we do that, Judy, we're going to publicly, officially swear you in. So if you would please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Judy, you're on mute.
Also, Dr. Stamos is in the waiting room.
Thank you, Suzanne. So Judy, I state your name.
I, Judy Chow,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the states and the Constitution of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I'll bear truth and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the states and the Constitution of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
and I'll take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations and welcome to the board.
Thank you.
So with that, Maria, will you please call the roll?
Haifa Abdullah,
Yes.
Mohammed Abu Salam,
Present.
Kim Barrett,
Present.
Dan Bernal, George Blumenthal,
Present.
Michael Bachin,
Here.
Linda Boxer,
Present.
Judy Chow,
Present.
Leander Clark Harvey, Deborah Deese,
Here.
Anne-Marie Dulege,
Here.
Isabel Duran. I saw Isabel. Isabel,
I'm on mute, present.
thank you.
Present.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Here.
Fred Fisher, Elena Flowers,
Remind you that I will have
Present.
to leave the meeting
Judy Gasson,
briefly.
Here.
Larry Goldstein,
From 9 a.m. to 10
David
a.m.
Higgins, Steve
Here.
Julesgard,
Here.
Rich Lahara,
Here.
Pat Levitt. Pat, I saw
Here.
you. Are you? Oh, thank you. Linda Malkus,
Here.
Shlomo Melmed,
Here.
Christine Miskowski,
Good morning.
Lauren Miller-Rogan,
Here.
Adriana Padilla,
Here.
Joe Panetta, Al Rolette, Marvin Southard,
Here.
Michael Stamos,
Here.
Jonathan Thomas,
Here.
Art Torres,
Present. Happy Dia de los Muertos.
Carol Watson, Keith Yamamoto.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Maria. So the first order of business, chair's report. Let's go straight to Judy and have her give a bit of an introduction for the benefit of members of the board and members of the public. Judy.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here I'm happy to serve on the board. Currently, on my day job, I am a CEO and president of a biotech company in San Francisco called UltraBio. And in my career path, I've been to various different large and small and mid-sized biotech company. Start my career actually in academia. Something I'm particularly passionate about, the journey took me into the biomedical research was actually hit me really hard personally when I was in medical school, observing the patient at the time. We're trying to, it was a really long time ago, to introduce a bone marrow transplantation and failed. And so I'm particularly feel happy about contributing to the regenerative medicines and the advanced therapies. So we said, I will stop here and will hope this journey also get to know all of you and to support the research to advance this area.
Thank you very much, Judy. And again, welcome. We're delighted to have you as a member of the CIRM family. Next, in the president's report, I wanted to, for those who were not aware, just make sure everybody knows that Dean Deborah Dees was recently elected to the National Academy of Medicine, which, as we all know, is a very prestigious honor. So Deborah, congratulations. Would you care to say a few words?
Well, thank you so much. And I'd like to thank all the members of the board. It's truly a pleasure serving with all of you. And the membership is just, I was ecstatic to learn that I was elected, and it will allow me to have a greater voice on the national platform in science, as well as in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm also so pleased that of what we're doing and everything that we're doing certainly align with my values. And this is such a great opportunity to not only represent myself, but the UC system, as well as CIRM. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. We're all very proud of you.
Thank you.
At the last board meeting, I made the sad announcement that Susan Solomon, who was the founder and CEO of NICEF, New York Stem Cell Foundation, had passed away in early September. I just wanted to let the board know there was their annual gala was in early October and was really a tribute to Susan. And I went back on CIRM's behalf to represent us at that event. And her husband, Paul Goldberger, is an old friend of mine as well. And I personally passed along condolences on behalf of all the CIRM family to him, which he appreciated. Also got a chance to get a tour of the NICEF facilities, which for those of you who've never seen them are very impressive. They, in addition to funding PIs literally around the world, they have over 100 in-house scientists working on projects in-house, including having a GMP facility, and it was very impressive. Derek Rossi, former CIRM grantee and co-founder of Moderna and current interim CEO of NICEF, gave the tour, and he was very, very enthusiastic about what they're doing there. So it was nice to have the opportunity to see that close up and appreciate their effort. Last but not least, just to get it out of the way before Mr. Julesgaard says anything, yes, the Dodgers went down ingloriously, and I'm very, very bitter about this. I was noting Christina was sending me texts throughout to comment on the Padres' performance, and I had to begrudgingly congratulate her, although she joined the club after the next round. So Steve, you don't need to say anything. I feel the pain without any further comment. So.
I have a comment, JT.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
I was just texted by United States Senator Alex Padilla that a very dear friend of ours, Rosalind Wyman, passed away this morning. And it's important to let you know as well, because I know you already do, she was instrumental in bringing the Dodgers to Los Angeles as a young councilwoman in LA, and was really the doyen of the Democratic Party nationally and statewide, but also a great supporter of ours financially for our campaigns for Prop 71 and Prop 14. She was absolutely embracing of our research, but it is so sad to hear of her passing this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. And for those who don't know the story, which would probably be most of you, Roz Wyman, as a very young member of the LA City Council, took it upon herself in the late 1950s to call then Dodger owner Walter O'Malley, owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and suggest that they move the team to Los Angeles, which was the beginning of setting the wheels in motion to make that happen. And by the way, was also the reason why the Giants followed suit and moved out to San Francisco. So she was indeed a pioneer and a key member of this whole thing. And I'll just give you one last story about Roz. Our boys all played Little League in Los Angeles, and our youngest, Mike's, one of his best friends was Eugene Wyman, which is Roz's grandson. And then when you're opening up Little League seasons, the first thing they do is on opening day, there's always a first pitch thrown out. And when Mike and Eugene were 12, their last year of Little League, Roz threw out the first pitch to Eugene, which was a great moment. And of course, unfortunately, not appreciated by most of the parents in the crowd, not having any idea who Roz was or her significance to baseball in Southern California and indeed throughout the state. So that was a wonderful moment. And thank you very much, Art, for saying that. I appreciate it.
She was my sweetheart. Thank you.
Isabella has had her hand raised, so I would like to.
Oh, hello, Isabel. I'm sorry, I can't see it on my screen. Yes, Isabel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This has absolutely nothing to do with baseball. So I would like to, and I'm sorry about the passing of Roz, but I wanted to, as Deborah announced, and I am very, congratulations to her, but I am pleased to announce that I was just appointed to the American Cancer Society National Breast Cancer Roundtable. We were officially launched on Monday at the White House in coalition with Dr. Jill Biden and the Cancer Moonshot. And I reference back to Deborah because I'm hoping that as we look at DEI through the lens of breast cancer and its impact on our communities of color throughout the country, that we can find some allies and alliance with her new position, because this will be a heavy lift in order for us to make sure that we are going to, in fact, have addressed this issue very broadly, but very smartly and along precision medicine lines. So appreciate this opportunity to share this with you, and also to say to Deborah, I hope we find some alliance in our work along the way. Thank you.
Of course, and congratulations.
Congratulations, Isabel.
Yes, congratulations, Isabel. It's wonderful news. Okay, so that concludes the chair's report. On to the president's report, Dr. Milan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Oh, great. Thank you so much for projecting that, Marianne. I'm pleased to present today for discussion CIRM's programs and diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is very timely given some of the amazing news that we just heard earlier in the meeting. Next slide, please. DEI is important to CIRM. It is embedded in our mission statement to accelerate world-class science in delivering transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. You may recall where our formal DEI efforts began. look back to 2020 at the start of the COVID pandemic, and CIRM was winding down from Prop 71 with the remaining dollars, and we launched our emergency COVID program announcements. A certain board member Isabel Durand, challenged all of us to incorporate DEI into that program announcement. It was both timely and appropriate because as the COVID pandemic raged on, we became increasingly aware of dramatic disparities in healthcare access and outcomes for underserved and underrepresented ethnic minorities in California and throughout the world. Today, we'll be giving an update on our progress since that defining moment. And I'll first start off with just some background and an update of where we are as a baseline. And then I'll be turning it over to Dr. Gil Zambrano, our Vice President of Portfolio and Review, to provide an update on the DEI progress in our review process, which he's worked very hard on, along with the board members who serve on the GWG. This is important because the review process is the entry point for programs entering CIRM and impacting how we develop programs going forward. Next slide, please. Nearly 40% of Americans belong to a racial or ethnic minority. Next slide. Yet, ethnic and racial minorities are underrepresented in clinical trials. The American Cancer Society report just this year reported that for Black men have a 6% higher incidence of cancer and a 19% higher mortality than white men overall. These are just the past 5 years. And the FDA, looking at approved products for cancer in 2020, looked at the 32,000 patients that were enrolled in these trials. Of those patients, 8% are Black or African American, and 75% white. In another publication by Larkin et al. In Blood Advances just this year, they looked at the National Cancer Institute trials, clinical trials in a blood cancer, AML, between 1983 and 2016, and found huge discrepancies and disparities between outcomes in young Black participants with an 11% mortality rate at 30 days versus 2% in white participants. In that same report, they found that there were differences in the cell profiles, the molecular features, and the genetics between the Black and white participants. In addition, there's an increasingly growing body of literature showing that not only the genetic differences, but social determinants of health impact outcomes. Next slide, please. Further, ethnic and racial minorities are also underrepresented in our basic science and disease models, the starting point for discoveries that lead to downstream therapy development. This blue snapshot is a screenshot that actually Maria Bonneville sent me from social media. It is very clear that there are disparities in our cell models and science, scientific models that lead to these discoveries. 80% of genetic studies have been done exclusively in European populations. And on the chart on the right, this shows the variety of different cancer cell lines in various disease categories. The different colors are representative of the ethnic backgrounds of these cell lines. You see a lot of blue, a sea of blue. That blue are cell lines of European descent. Just for reference, in the orange are Hispanic and Latino descent, and in purple, African American, green, Asian. We, along with the broader scientific community, are seeking to incorporate diversity into our basic science and disease models. You'll be hearing from Dr. Zambrano how we're doing that from the very beginning in terms of what we're asking our researchers to do and how we're progressing those efforts. Next slide, please. In the meanwhile, we are continuing to push forward and to accelerate stem cell regenerative medicine development programs through the clinics, and we now have funded 82 clinical trials across a broad range of indications. And in so doing, ever since the COVID, ever since we started incorporating DEI, we have also incorporated DEI into our clinical trial grant applications. You'll hear a little bit more detail on that from Dr. Zambrano. These DEI plans are included in a scientific review by our grants working group. Board members who serve on the GWG were instrumental in helping our team figure out the best way to evaluate these DEI plans during scientific review. And this has impacted the scoring, funding decisions, and milestone-based contracts. Next slide, please. So not only are we asking the applicants to provide a DEI plan, we are holding them accountable and helping partner with them to be able to learn from this and push these plans forward. DEI milestones are incorporated into the grant of notice award that track the progress, and they are hold the awardees accountable for their proposed plans. We monitor the DEI plans implementation through quarterly progress reports and clinical advisory panels. The team led by Dr. Abla Creasy manages these awards, and this is incorporated into how the awards are managed through the life of the grant. We have also, under the leadership of Jennifer Lewis, along with other leadership team members, are looking at ways to improve through our grants management portal, the tracking of demographics, along with disease indications with more specificity and expanded categories, including social determinants of health, in accordance with best practices and evolving descriptors such as those being developed by the national academies and other guidelines. This is a snapshot at the top of what we have so far as a baseline of the demographics. As you can see, there's still underrepresentation of Hispanic Latino populations overall in the 61 clinical trials that were looked at really the very beginning of 2021. We will have even more robust data moving forward, and we'll continue to report on this. And after this presentation, the team and I are happy to take any questions, but please know that we'll have that opportunity. Next slide, please. In addition to the science, we know that distrust feeds disparity. Misinformation certainly feeds into this. However, the day-to-day interactions and what the patients in the community sees definitely feeds into this. Hispanic workers make up 17% of total employment across all occupations, but only 8% of all science, technology, engineering, and medicine professionals. According to the Pew Research Center, relatively few Hispanic adults see scientists as welcoming to Hispanic professionals in these jobs, with 26% reporting that they were accepted, 42% felt that they were somewhat accepted, and 29% felt they were not at all accepted. In addition, it's been reported and it's been mentioned at this meeting that patients are most likely to participate in research and in clinical trials when they are asked by a trusted provider, a provider they can relate to, a provider who understands them and can relate to them and communicate well with them, and certainly a provider who can speak their language. About a third of Hispanic adults say they would prefer a healthcare provider who speak Spanish, and they would prefer a Hispanic healthcare provider. CIRM's goal is to foster a culturally competent and diverse scientific and medical workforce in order to bridge this trust, in order to increase connectivity and relatability. Next slide, please. Their language. About a third of Hispanic adults say they would prefer a healthcare provider who speaks Spanish, and they would prefer a... Okay. I think the recording was projecting. Okay, So at the last board meeting, Dr. Kelly Shepard provided an update on our education programs, and the board asked us how we're doing in terms of demographics and representation. And so today, we're presenting kind of where we are today. The Spark program, which is a high school program, you may recall these are legacy education programs where Senator Torres, Vice Chair Torres was instrumental in setting these up. But all the way back from then to present, we see about 400 data points that we have relatively good representation across ethnic and minority groups in comparison to the California census. And similarly for the undergraduate and master's program, which primarily come from the CSU programs, there is good representation across ethnic minority subgroups in comparison to the CSU census. This was by design because actually under Proposition 71, the education programs were directed to provide broadened participation of individuals representing the diversity of California, including those who may not have had opportunities and are hindered by socioeconomic constraints. These are in quotes because they were language that were included in the application and the review, and portion of the language was actually in the proposition. So intentional intervention to this point has led to this snapshot of representation. Next slide, please. In addition, with the launching of Prop 14, when we had upgraded the education programs as well as developing new programs, again, Dr. Shepard described these in detail at the last meeting, DEI plans were further developed. In the application and review, the DEI plan and the track record of program team leadership was part of the review. We increased the stipends in the budget to help attract and retain socially, economically disadvantaged trainees, added alumni tracking plan. What we can't measure, we cannot understand, and we don't know how we're doing, so that's important. And the programs are required to define metrics, self-assessments, and address gaps in mitigation plans and DEI performance and accountability. CIRM, along with the programs directors, are promoting knowledge sharing of innovations and developments and best practices around DEI. The grantees are collecting demographic and socioeconomic data, not only on those students that they brought into the program, but on the total applicant pool, so that it can be measured in terms of whether there are disparities in those that are applying to those that are accepted, and where needed, active course correction. The grantees have also been recruited to help us understand what the underrepresentation baseline is, so that we can understand not just at their institution, but across the state. So that, next slide, please. That concludes this portion of the presentation. Really important is the spotlight presentation by Dr. Zambrano, who is going to give an update on how we have approached DEI in the grant review process. As I mentioned earlier, this is where it all starts. This is where we can impact how the programs are designed, how they do incorporate DEI. It impacts how we can then track and help work with the grantees to ensure that we do the best in terms of improving and developing these plans. But meanwhile, I'd like to just pause, and please feel free to ask any questions, render advice to us, feedback, input. We welcome that both at this meeting as well as always. So I'll just pause there, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Maria, for that comprehensive review. Maria B, I'm not seeing everybody on the screen. Do you see any hands raised at this point with questions or comments from members of the board?
There are no hands raised right now.
Okay. Yes, I see a hand. Marvin.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to have to leave part of the meeting today because I'm at a policy forum meeting for the behavioral health systems in California, both the private and the nonprofit and so forth. And our theme is actually on this DEI sorts of issues. And so I will take the opportunity to communicate certain efforts in this regard to our group. And I think there may be some areas in California where the groups I'm a part of here and CIRM can collaborate specifically on these DEI matters.
Thank you, Marv. Isabel.
You just says clappy hands.
I
not
was
hand
clapping
raised.
hands, JT.
Oh, that's a clapping.
Good on Marvin.
Okay.
More we spread the gospel, the better we're gonna win the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a continuation, we gave an award to Rachel Guerrero for her work in this area. And so many of you may know Rachel, who was in charge of this for the state of California at times past. And she was very grateful to hear of our work.
Thank you very much. Other comments, members of the board? Okay, thank you. Gil, if you'd like to do part 2 here, please, of this very important presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the opportunity to present on this. So let me just share my screen. All right, so when I was putting this together, I had about 50 slides, at least, that I was thinking of presenting, and okay, I only have 10. I'm making this a much briefer presentation, given the time limitations, but it's just to say that we do have a lot to say about this in our efforts to make DEI a key part of the review process. So let me start with this. CIRM funding opportunities, as you know, cut across different pillars from discovery, translation, and clinical, which are the core of our research opportunities, but we also do education and infrastructure programs, as you just heard from Dr. Milan. And consideration of DEI by both applicants and reviewers has now been incorporated into all CIRM funding opportunities. So I just want to start with that. Everything that we support, every application that comes in, every program we have, has a DEI element associated with it. Now, because they're quite different, the applications are tailored to the type and stage of funding opportunity. So they're going to all look a little bit different. And then we have developed very specific scoring criteria to emphasize the importance of DEI once it gets to review. So what I'm going to briefly describe today is what we ask for from applicants, and then how it is that we evaluate it. So beginning with what it is that we ask for. And let me just give you some context for why I'm showing you this very busy slide. Our effort to incorporate DEI in a much more deliberate way, as was mentioned by Dr. Milan, within the review process, started with our COVID funding opportunity in 2020. And so since then, we've been focusing initially on developing these elements within our clinical program. We, in part, wanted to make sure that the applicants were addressing efforts to perform outreach and participation by underserved groups in clinical trials. And it also seemed a pretty straightforward place to start, where we had at least a clear set of objectives. And what I'm showing you here are the DEI sections of our applications. So you see 7 pages here, and this originally started as a 1-page section in our application, which has now evolved into these 7 pages that includes instruction tables and guidance to the applicants to complete. We want to provide as much information as we can about what it is that we're looking for, what we're asking about, and an opportunity for them to provide us as comprehensive of a plan as possible that addresses different elements of DEI. So this is a summary of what it is that we ask for across those 7 different pages. We asked for a description of the known demographic disparities in disease burden, care, and health outcomes in the affected population, that is, whatever the disease or condition that the applicants are addressing. We asked them to complete a trial population table that provides the proposed goals for enrollment across race, ethnicity, gender, and age relative to the demographics of the population that is affected by that disease or condition, as well as provide a justification for the goals, the narratives of why there are differences, maybe due to the size of the trial or the stage of the trial and so on. We asked them to provide their plans for outreach, engagement, enrollment, and retention of trial participants from underserved groups. For example, the different trial sites and catchment areas, alliances that they've developed with community clinics and or navigation services as just a few examples. We asked for an outline of the DEI-oriented expertise and experience of the team members, as well as activities that support the development of cultural sensitivity on the team and any partnering institutions in carrying out the project. This is now focused on the clinical program, and as you can imagine, the discovery stage or education programs are going to ask for slightly different things. So this is just an example of the clinical. And just for reference, at the discovery stage, the questions that we ask are a bit more focused on how the applicants have considered the potential influence of race, ethnicity, sex differences, age within their plans and design. So just as, again, an example. So now let me tell you about how it is that we evaluate DEI. We have, as you know, as our grants working group, two types of members. We have the scientific members, as well as our grants working group patient advocate or nurse members who serve on the ICOC as well. The scientists provide a scientific evaluation and give a scientific score, and I'll explain in the next slide how it is that that scientific score also incorporates DEI. And then in the patient advocate nurse members, depending on the type of opportunity for the clinical and translation applications, provide an additional DEI score, in addition to their role in providing oversight and providing a patient perspective on the significance and impact of a proposed project. These are the scientific review criteria that we utilize as the basis for the scientific score. So this is the score that the scientific members use to score an application. And generally, these criteria at this high level are mostly the same for all of our research type projects. They're going to be a little bit different for education and infrastructure programs, but all of them will incorporate now a criterion related to DEI. So in this case, does the proposal uphold principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Each of these criteria have sub-bullets that I'm not going to go through in detail that are tailored again to the specific funding opportunity. So the criteria as shown here are intended to be the most critical elements, such that failure in any of these in general or ideally should result in a non-fundable score. These are the most important elements, and so DEI therefore is highlighted as one of those. Now, in addition to the fact that the scientific scores that you see incorporate that DEI element, for our clinical program, as well as now in our translational program, we have an additional DEI score that our patient advocate and nurse members provide. The scale is 0 to 10, and the criteria that are used to come up with this score is based on these three elements: a commitment to DEI, how well they judge the project team to demonstrate commitment to developing a therapy that serves the unmet needs of California population, underserved groups. The teams are asked to describe disparities that would ultimately utilize their product, set reasonable trial enrollment targets, and so on. They also assess the project plans in terms of activities that they would propose to achieve inclusion in outreach, engagement, enrollment, and retention, and how they will develop cultural sensitivity. So this could be through training or through other methods. And to help guide the scoring for our board members, we've developed this rubric, which you don't need to see the details of, but that splits out these basic criteria and provides across the different scores how it is that a good application that scores a 9 or 10 compares to something that might score a 0 or 2. So we have been using that as a tool for scoring. And even this has gone through several iterations as we continue to develop this and improve on the program. I do want to show you something that now that we have 2 scores that are coming from the grants working group in some of our programs. So for example, with the clinical program, we've developed a process to ensure that applications that receive either a low DEI score or a needs to improve scientific score are revised and reevaluated by the grants working group prior to going to the board for final funding. So this illustration shows 2 review cycles. So each arrow is a review cycle. An applicant submits, we assess eligibility, they go to the grants working group review. And coming out of that grants working group, if the recommendation from that panel is a scientific score of 2 or a DEI score below 6, we provide the applicant with a summary of concerns and have them address those concerns and revise the application. That comes out of this cycle, and we bring it back to the grants working group at a subsequent cycle for evaluation. And if all okay, then it goes to the ICOC for a funding decision. We just wanted to share that process. And then lastly, we do still have some challenges in putting together a complete DEI set of elements in our applications and the process for review. And it's one that we work with, but also one that we need to make sure that we explain to reviewers as they go about their evaluation. So it is basically that reviewers are allowed to comment on virtually all aspects of DEI. So for example, demographic data that presents the number of women or individuals from specific racial or ethnic backgrounds as part of the application, their plan to recruit patients from diverse backgrounds, or their track record in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, there is still California Prop 209 restrictions where reviewers and CIRM cannot specifically use the characteristics of race, ethnicity, gender, or national origin in evaluating the applicant team personnel. So we present this as we start each review to ensure that when we do the review that we focus the reviewers on the elements that are allowable. And we also advise applicants about this to ensure that they develop their DEI plans with that in mind. And so, as I mentioned, there are other things that I could expand on and talk to you about, but I will end it here and take any questions, knowing that this is an ongoing process for us that we will continue to evolve and develop with the hope of creating a much better process as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gil. And I think that this is a most important presentation by both you and Maria. And I wanted to highlight one of Gil's slides in particular, because it gets to the essence of the level of importance that we place on DEI, which was the slide that said that if we get a DEI score in GWG of less than 6, even if the grant received a funding score on the science side, that we will send it back for them to revise and review. That's very important and a real milestone development for the agency, which we've actually seen in practice in the GWG, and it gets to the essence of how much we do emphasize DEI and the seriousness to which we take the whole issue. So I just wanted to make sure the board focused on that, because that's a big deal. Gil and his team and Maria and CIRM team writ large have spent a huge amount of time with the board in developing the DEI policies to the stage we're at right now. And I think we really have a model system here for how that very important issue should be treated in the context of things like those that we do. So thank you to Gil, thank you to Maria, thank you to Isabel, to all members of the board and the team. I think this is something we can be really proud of. Other comments from members of the board?
We have several hands raised, GT.
Can you please call them?
I sure will. Isabel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am so thrilled we are at this stage. Thank you very much to Gil and Maria, and yes, the CIRM staff and team for really getting behind this and being intentional. The only thing I have to say, Gil, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, is are we developing or do we have metrics in place to evaluate after that, in fact, they are meeting these goals down the road, that they are seeing progress in their institutions, and that they are moving in the direction we hope DEI and these guidelines are meant for them to go? So do you have metrics and evaluations in place for maybe the first 6 months or a year in or 2 years, however you want to measure success?
Yes, we do. And I focus my presentation only on the review process itself, but Dr. Ablakriti and Jennifer Lewis are developing and have put in place elements to track once an award is made with milestones, their progress on DEI. And so, these are payment-based milestones. So definitely making sure that our grantees are following up. So thanks for the question.
Larry.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add that I served on an FDA advisory panel last week evaluating a licensing application. And the application got into serious trouble, probably lethal trouble, because the clinical trial population was not adequately diverse. So it's not just at the research level. This may become important at the licensing level as well if this spreads.
Thank you. George.
3 quick points. First, I want to thank you, Gil and Maria. I think I'm really pleased at the progress that's been made in a relatively short time on DEI issues. And I think it is a credit to the team that you've gone as far as you have. So that's great. Second, I want to second what Isabel said earlier. I think it is important also to measure success and to have basically to have numerical measures of success and to follow that along over time. And so I hope every effort will be made to keep statistics on how we're doing, et cetera, so that we can measure not just at a given time, but over time, how things are going. And the third point I would make concerns your point about Proposition 209. I think you're right. It is not appropriate to use diversity within the team as a criterion based on Proposition 209. But I don't believe that there is any restriction on using the approaches that the team may use to ensure their own diversity. If they have outreach programs to try to bring in diverse individuals to their team, I think that is something that is appropriate to look at and doesn't run afoul of the Proposition 209 prohibition. So I just want to encourage you to think about that.
Thank you, George. Kim?
Yeah, I also am very appreciative, Gil, of your presentation and also Maria's. JT called this a model system, and I think that's precisely what it is. And I would hope that we could see this emulated in other funding bodies. And I'm particularly struck by the criteria that you talked about in terms of the clinical trials, and especially the requirement that applicants document their activities to support the development of cultural sensitivity among the team. We will not be able to recruit and retain participants if they don't feel comfortable participating. And so that's, I think, almost a unique feature. I've never seen that addressed as part of a grant review process. So congratulations.
Thank you, Kim. Chris?
Thanks, Maria. I'd like to comment as a member of the grants working group, putting these guidelines into operation. And I really, really want to commend the staff for the way the application has changed. I've been doing this work for about a year now. And I want to make 2 points. With the changes in the application, it's much easier for us who are working to rate the DEI components of the grant to see it all in one place. But the other part I was struck with the round I just did, and you alluded to this, Gil, but I think we could call it out in relationship to the instructions that are given to the applicants. I believe what we're doing in that space is prompting people to think about these various areas of DEI, and it's exceedingly well worded. I don't think we should cut that short. The other piece in terms of the metrics, in some of the areas, and I'm not going to remember all of them, the applicants are actually prompted to include metrics that they're going to use to evaluate their own objectives. So we've built in somewhat of an evaluation system as well. So I just want you to know and applaud the staff for this work. It's really, really wonderful to see it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Chris. Al?
Thank you. I am also at the same conference that Marv Southard is attending, and will be sharing the sentiments regarding DEI. Maria, JT, I want to compliment the staff on the inclusive nature of this process. The patient advocates, not only perspective, but changes to the scoring mechanism specifically, and I'll call out the social determinants of health as one example. Something that I have been championing that we pay attention to has not only been referenced once, not twice, but 3 times during this presentation, which again is representative of the work that has been done from the beginning to now. And I also agree with the fellow board members. This is a work that is going to continue. Ideally, this will become the benchmark for every organization that provides work that does work like this in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And we are making access for patients a reality, and I am thrilled to see this presentation.
Thank you, Al. And thanks for everything you did to get us here. Isabel.
Kim simply reminded me, even as we talk about cultural appropriateness, I think we need to add language appropriateness as well. That is one of the #1 barriers for a percentage of our population, not only to be recruited into, but to be maintained in research. So we need to make sure that is a very, very critical point of access, and that is language. So it's not just cultural sensitivity, it's language appropriateness. So I challenge you, Gil, to add that into the slide.
Thanks, Isabel. Mohammed?
Well, I'd like to thank Maria and her team for all this great work. I can see the progress there, and I'm convinced that you will achieve the goal that we want to achieve here, especially if you define those success metrics and statistics and keep monitoring them over time. The thought that I'd like to leave you with is consider, given the goal that we want this to be a benchmark, for society or similar organizations, consider the opportunity for launching a marketing campaign around what CIRM is doing in this area. So don't wait for companies to apply or partners to apply and actually see that work in the application, but actually speak it out, push it out across all media to invite people to learn from CIRM and see what you're doing in this area, even if they're not applicants for our programs.
Thank you. Deborah.
Yes, I'd like to thank Maria, Gil, and the team for the excellent work in this area. I can't help but think back to the time when we were discussing all this several years ago, and I'm so pleased that everything that we discussed has been implemented. The one point that I'd like to also highlight is as we look at DEI, and I like that we're doing this, is that it's important to follow the outcomes and to track those outcomes over time. Because when we don't do it, there's that tendency to regress back to what we did previously or what we weren't doing. So I would like to see this following the data and evaluating the outcomes over time. And I'd like us to revisit on occasion to make sure where we're going on that. It also, I refer back to what Isabel stated as well. When we have investigators, having them do their progress report with those outcomes and determining what is their progress in DEI as well.
Thank you, Deborah. Isabel.
Did everybody else get their time in? I wanted to make sure.
They did.
I can't see the whole. Very good. I just wanted to say to Mohammed's point, in fact, we will be talking about this virtually, nationally tomorrow morning when the Latino Cancer Institute hosts its 4th annual forum. Maria has been invited to the table because I want the world to know what the heck CIRM is doing and to start showing this model out there. I've been talking about it at my various tables as well for some time now, because I just think it is a model and it's evolving, and Gil and Maria are really, and the team really getting the nuances. So I'm thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled. And in fact, pulling out some of your slides already, I'll own it in public, Gil. I pulled out a couple of your slides. I'm going to send them on to the National Breast Cancer Roundtable. I think, oh yeah, we're in public. I can do that and let them know here. Let us not reinvent the wheel. Here is where some benchmarks where we can start. So don't worry, Mohammed. I am the town crier and I talk about it wherever I go. As well as having a comms plan, and I'm sure we'll do that because we got a great comms team too.
Thank you, Isabel. Marvin has his hand raised. Marvin.
And I would just want to also say that Al and I will be sharing this information at the meeting. We are too.
JT.
Okay, well, thank you for all of your comments, members of the board. And again, congratulations to Maria, Gil, and the entire team. This took a huge amount of work, pioneering work, and we can all be very proud of where we are. Okay, we're going to now move to the action items. We're going to take items 6 and 7 first. They comprise action items before the application review subcommittee, to which we will now move. So we'll start with Item number 6, consideration of applications submitted in response to clinical trial stage projects program announcements, CLIN 1 or 2. Presentation by Dr. Sembrano. Gil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just putting these slides up. All right. So these are the recommendations from the grants working group related to our latest review cycle for our clinical program. And as always, we start with our mission that we show you here, but also to our panel to make sure we're all on the same page of what we're trying to achieve through these programs. This is a snapshot of where we are on our budget for this fiscal year of 22-23. We have an annual allocation of $169 million. The amount that has been approved so far is 14.7. There are 2 applications under consideration today that total 15.1. And if these are approved, we would have a remainder of 132 left in our budget. This is a reminder of the scientific score that is used to assess the applications. Those that receive a score of 1 have been deemed to have exceptional merit and warrant funding. A score of 2 means they need improvement and are typically taken back to the applicant for revision and resubmission. A score of 3 means that they're sufficiently flawed that they don't warrant funding and they cannot resubmit for 6 months. The review criteria, as we just saw, that are used for the clinical program are the 5: significance and potential for impact, whether they have a sound rationale, whether the project is well planned and designed, if it's feasible, including having an appropriate team and resources to carry it out, and of course, whether the project upholds the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The composition of the grants working group includes the scientific members, patient advocate, and nurse members, as well as scientific specialists who are not voting, but we bring in to give us expertise in knowledge gap areas that the full panel may not have. Okay, so before I present each of the applications, this is just a reminder of board members that have a conflict with one of the applications. If you have, your name is up here, just remember to refrain from participating in discussion or voting of any of the applications that you have a conflict with. The first application is entitled A Phase 1 Study of Multiple Doses of NSC-based oncolytic virotherapy administered intracerebrally to patients with recurrent high-grade gliomas. And so this is a genetically engineered cell therapy made up of neural stem cells that have in them a virus that kills and targets brain tumor cells. So the cells home to the tumor and release the virus, and the virus kills those tumors. The indication is for high-grade adult gliomas and glioblastoma. Their goal is to complete a phase 1 clinical trial to assess safety, and are requesting just under $12 million for this project. As background, glioblastoma, as we all know, is a critical unmet need, and it is the most common malignant primary brain tumor in adults. And each year, about 12,000 Americans are diagnosed with a 5-year survival rate of only about 10%. And the current standard of care involves resection of the tumor, followed by radiation, chemotherapy, alternating electric field therapy. And despite these treatments, survival still is quite low. The proposed therapy has the potential to improve survival and quality of life for such patients. Why is this a stem cell or gene therapy project? Well, the therapeutic candidate is composed of neural stem cells, making this a stem cell project. This is a snapshot of what we have in our current active CIRM portfolio of projects that are addressing a similar indication, either gliomas or brain tumors. All of these other projects are phase 1 clinical trials, but using largely different variations of CAR-T and for their approach, whereas the current project is using an oncolytic virus approach, so it's a bit different from those. The applicant has received CIRM funding in the past through a TRAN award. In that case, they were developing a therapeutic that was similar, that uses oncolytic virus to target ovarian cancer. So that project is still active, but on the tail end, is expected to end December of this year. This is a summary of the recommendations from the grants working group on the application. There were 11 scientific members that gave it a score of 1. There were 4 members that gave it a score of 2. There were none that gave it a score of 3. The DEI score given by our board members was an 8 on the scale of 1 to 10. And the CIRM team recommends funding in concurrence with the grant working group for the award amount of under $12 million. So, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Gil. Do we have a motion to approve from the board?
So moved. Michael Stamus.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael cannot move the motion. It is, remember, it's the application review subcommittee that we're in right now. And so it's just members of the ARS that can make motions, but our others are free to speak if they do not have a conflict.
I'm happy to move it.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
I'll second. Seconded by, I think Dan beat you, Al, slightly by a nose.
Happy to give it to Al if he desires.
I'll give it to Dan. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Are there questions or comments from members of the board? Any comments by members of the public?
I see no hands raised. Oh, I see a hand raised. Just as a, for your information, it's a 3-minute public comment. So if the caller would like to start.
Hi, this is Gianna Portnow. I'm the principal investigator of this grant application. And I just wanted to start off by saying thank you very much to the reviewers. We got really insightful comments back. And I know this is a large application, a lot of work, and I just want to thank them for their support. As the person who was talking ahead of me was saying, you know, we all know glioblastoma is a really devastating disease, very difficult to treat. I mean, when we talk about median overall survival, it's still less than 2 years. We really haven't made any advances. There's no approved target agent or immunotherapy for treating glioblastoma, and it's really hasn't been able to, you know, these were the major advances in the last 20 years in oncology, but glioblastoma has not, or patients with glioblastoma have not benefited from those. This research looking at a neural stem cell based oncolytic virotherapy is something that we've been working on for a long time. And also oncolytic viruses have been studied for a long time in glioblastoma without much success, although recently there was an oncolytic virus developed by a research team in Japan where they did see improvement in survival, giving multiple injections. They gave about 6 injections monthly to their patients. And so one wonders if that maybe the multiple injections were the reason that they were seeing this efficacy. And that is what we're trying to do with our oncolytic virus. But we think our approach is a little more practical in terms of we're relying on the promise of neural stem cells to help deliver the oncolytic virus. And because, you know, neural stem cells we're using them as vehicles of drug delivery. And so we're hoping that, you know, whereas this other study, which did show efficacy, patients have to go back to the OR every 4 weeks. We think that we can, our approach by delivering them directly, the stem cell oncolytic virus directly into the brain will be more practical and more generalizable. We also have safety data from our first in human study of this neural stem cell based oncolytic virotherapy, and even some evidence of biologic activity. This study is really, that we're proposing to do, is no small undertaking. We have 4 sites, and we've chosen them strategically in terms of providing access to underserved populations across the country. I know I'm probably running out of time. I just again wanted to say thank you to CIRM for supporting, our previous research with neural stem cells, and thank you for your interest in this current research project.
Hey, thank you very much for your comment. Is there any other public comment?
I do not see any.
Thank you. In that case, Maria, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Jan Bernal.
Aye.
Judy Chow.
Aye.
Leander Clark Harvey. Anne Marie Dulesh.
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Yes.
Fred Fisher. Elena Flowers.
Yes.
David Higgins. Steve Julesgard.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski.
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Joe Panetta. Al Rolette.
Yes.
Marvin Southard.
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Art Torres.
Aye, except for those of which I have a conflict.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you. Gil, do you have more? Does that conclude your presentation?
There is one more application.
There is a CLIN 1, I believe, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
correct. All right, so the next application is entitled Allogeneic Mesenchymal Stem Cells Loaded with Oncolytic Virus for Cancer Treatment. So quite interestingly, we have 2 oncolytic virus related applications in a row. That doesn't usually happen, but here we are. So this is a allogeneic therapy of mesenchymal stem cells that have, again, an oncolytic virus that targets cancer. In this case, the applicants are targeting melanoma, breast cancer, and head and neck cancer. Their goal is to complete IND enabling studies and file an IND. So this is much earlier stage. And the funds requested are $3.1 million and provide co-funding of $777,000 to co-fund the project. Some background on the solid tumors that are targeted by this application: melanoma cancer, breast cancer, and head and neck cancer are all associated with significant morbidity, and there are very few treatment options and poor survival rates in many cases. The standard of care is going to vary by tumor type, but typically involves chemotherapy, radiation, resection, and/or other available drugs. If successful, the proposed therapy would provide the potential for a safer and more effective therapeutic option for patients with solid tumors, where some approaches, such as the novel CAR-Ts, have been less successful. This is a stem cell or gene therapy project because the therapeutic candidate is composed of mesenchymal stem cells. Within our portfolio, we have one other project that is using oncolytic virus to induce killing of tumor cells. And this is a phase 1 clinical trial in addition to the one that was just approved. So we now have 2. This particular applicant has not previously received a CIRM award. And the summary of the recommendation is as follows. There were 12 members that gave this a score of 1, 2 scientific members that gave it a score of 2, and none that gave it a score of 3. The DEI score is a score of 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. And the CIRM team recommendation is in concurrence with the grants working group for an award amount of $3.111 million. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gil. Do we hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. This is Haifa.
Haifa, you cannot make a motion on this.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Again,
okay.
just members of the application review subcommittee, please. Thank you, though, Haifa.
Marv
So
Southern
moved.
will move.
Second, Al Roulette.
Okay. Moved by Marv, seconded by Al. Questions or comments from members of the board? Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Maria, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Yonder Clark Harvey, Anne Marie Dulege,
Aye.
Isabel Dudon,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Fred Fisher, Elena Flowers.
Yes.
Maria, will you please call the roll?
David Higgins, Steve Julesgaard,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Chris Niskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta, Al Roulette,
Yes.
Marvin Southard,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
Aye, except for those which I have conflict.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And Gil, thank you very much. I believe that now does conclude that action item, correct?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on next to item number 7, consideration of applications submitted in response to the Alpha Clinic Network expansion, which is one of our infrastructure programs. Again, this is application review subcommittee voting only. So Gil, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me share these slides. All right. So once again, in our efforts to achieve the CIRM mission, one of the things that, as you all know, we developed a strategic plan laying out our plans for the next 5 years. And within that strategic plan, we have 3 strategic themes that we often refer to. Advance world-class science to deliver real-world solutions and provide opportunity for all. And within the real-world solutions, we are developing infrastructure programs and resources that will help synergize and bring together a lot of the different elements that we support in our research to enhance them and make them more broadly available. Part of what we are doing is creating a manufacturing partnership network, which you've heard about previously in a concept form. We are expanding the Alpha Clinics network, as we're going to speak about today, and then in the future, create community care centers of excellence that will partner with these Alpha Clinics. I'll tell you a little bit about the Alpha Clinics as they exist today. We have an Alpha Clinics network currently that supports 6 sites, and we have invested $40 million in these patient-centered care and training elements for the Alpha Clinic. The Alpha Clinics over the last several years, since 2015, when they were established, have been quite successful in accelerating cell and gene therapy clinical trials and providing services that help not only CIRM-supported trials, but also trials that are conducting cell and gene therapy and other types of advanced therapies from industry and elsewhere. They have garnered over $100 million in industry contracts as just one point of reference. So with an eye to our strategic plan and themes, we're creating a more integrated and network resource in order to enable innovative clinical research, increase patient access to therapies, and train our future workforce. And part of this begins with the expansion of the Alpha Clinics network as a whole, and as mentioned, to partner eventually with the community care centers so that we can bring what we do in terms of cell and gene therapy to every corner of California if possible. And train our people. The objective of this opportunity is to expand existing capacities for delivering stem cell gene therapies and other advanced treatments to patients for this Alpha Clinic expansion program, and also to serve as a competency hub for regenerative medicine training, clinical research, and delivery of approved treatments. And by expansion here, we mean establishing additional Alpha Clinic sites, as well as expanding the services and reach of existing sites. And for all of these programs, there are 4 basic core activities that we expect them to engage in. Obviously, they need to have a demonstrated ability to conduct FDA-authorized clinical trials that involve cell and/or gene therapies. We want them to participate in network coordination. Part of what happens with this network is that we are establishing a steering committee that includes CIRM staff members, as well as the program directors of each program, that together refine and expand the network systems to address emerging issues or needs of the field as they progress. They should all propose regenerative medicine training to support career development of physicians, nurses, research coordinators, or other medical professionals that are integral to the delivery of clinical trials. And depending on the program, they can focus on one and develop a program around that, or they can be broad. We also expect them to expand network capabilities through lead offerings. And so these lead offerings that they develop can be utilized by other Alpha Clinic network sites. And these may be areas of specialty that they have within their own clinics, or just an enhancement of elements that are offered more broadly. And so here are some examples of what applicants may have proposed in their applications, such as developing a novel clinical trial designs, providing tissue banking or genomic services, developing or providing tools, devices, or technologies, for example, imaging to assess engraftment, or some kind of specialized device for cell delivery, providing or developing programs for decentralized point of care treatment, and other elements, including participation of underserved populations in clinical research, or patient navigation tools that would promote access and inclusivity. And also things that perhaps we have not thought of that applicants provided as a possible lead offering. There are some other considerations that we had the grants working group think about in assessing these applications. One of them was partnerships. We encouraged applicants to propose partnerships with other Alpha Clinic sites, but also with other organizations, including the potential community care centers in the future, to support their offerings and extend their reach and capabilities. There's also a business and organizational integration plan that we asked all applicants to provide, in describing how they will leverage their capabilities so that it becomes integral to the clinical operations of the organization beyond the award period. We definitely want the Alpha Clinics to exist even when we are no longer able to support them through grant funding. We want them to really become an engine that doesn't stop once we have built it. Knowledge sharing is another important element. Applicants are expected to describe how they're going to facilitate their data sharing, both for clinical trials that they serve, as well as their own operations. And so this may be in the form of best practices, or the replication of core competencies as they share them with other Alpha Clinic sites, or even perhaps other organizations. And then lastly, all of the applicants include a plan to address DEI, And this may come in the form of supporting and facilitating outreach and study participation by underserved and disproportionately affected populations for the clinical trials that they serve. And in addition, the Alpha Clinic site should propose ways to bring diverse and inclusive perspectives into the overall implementation of the proposed activities that they take on, including the training activities. And if all this works as we would ideally like, we would have hopefully a robust competency hub that is centered with the Alpha Clinics network. All of these sites providing both core services as well as some unique offerings that may be available at one or two that leverage the expertise of the institution that the site is located at. All to serve CIRM clinical trials as well as other clinical trials. Our hope is that even beyond our existence, that they will continue to serve clinical trials in cell and gene therapy and perhaps either other advanced therapies as they are developed. We want them to form partnerships with hospitals, industry, others that can help enhance their capabilities, as well as mentioned earlier, the community care centers, and to also help develop a trained workforce that is diverse and can address the needs of cell and gene therapy. The award itself, the CIRM board allocated up to $80 million to support this funding opportunity, with each award providing up to $8 million for 5 years. We received 9 applications and all were accepted for review. Of them, there were 6 that were existing sites and 3 that are proposed new sites. So the $80 million would easily cover all the applications that were submitted. The scoring mechanism that the scientific members of the working group used for these applications is based on a scale of 1, 2, and 3. It looks a lot like the clinical one, and it largely is, except for the score of 2, which is a little different in terms of the language and meaning. The score of 2 is also a needs improvement and doesn't warrant funding at this time, but it leaves it up to the application review subcommittee to determine whether it goes back to the grant working group. So this recommendation is for the applicant to revise and resubmit, and the application review subcommittee may choose to fund it, not fund it, or to have the grants working group reevaluate any revisions. The criteria that were used to come up with this score based on these 4 questions: whether the proposal offers a significant value proposition that would enhance the ability of the Alpha Clinic network as a whole to accelerate clinical research consistent with CIRM's mission, whether the proposal was well planned and designed, whether it was feasible, and whether it effectively serves the needs of underserved and disproportionately affected communities. The review itself was conducted in a slightly unique way compared to other reviews. We actually had the applicant participate in part of the review. So we had this agenda for each applicant review. We had an initial discussion by the grants working group. We then invited the applicants to come into the call and give us a 10-minute pitch about their program and to highlight key elements. There was a question and answer period that followed to allow reviewers to get clarification from the applicants on any concerns or questions they may have had. And then there was a wrap-up discussion, and we did this for each of the 9 applications. So this is a summary then of the recommendations that came out of that grants working group review meeting. We had 8 applications that received a score of 1 and were recommended for funding. The total applicant request for those 8 applications is $63.9 million. There is 1 application that was recommended for revision with a score of 2, and that applicant request is $8 million. there were no applications that were not recommended for funding. As you know, there are minority reports that accompany applications that under Prop 14 defines those that have 35% or more of the members scoring to fund the application. The minority report is included within the review summary and provides a brief synopsis of the opinion of those reviewers that scored the application, not 85 or above in this case, but that scored it a 1. So we have one minority report for one of the applications, the one that got a score of 2. The vote for the scoring from the scientific members was 6 who gave it a score of 1 and 8 who gave it a score of 2. No one scored it a 3. The highlights, just quickly bulleted, you can see this in the review summary of what the minority position was that they have a quality team that is well-established expertise in stem cell biology and regenerative medicine. They have strong clinical trial management in the capacity to deliver systems that may benefit the network. Support for a broad scope of regenerative medicine projects they felt would ultimately be more likely to further CIRM goals and benefit California citizens. The applicants presented a pretty broad set of projects that extend beyond cell and gene therapy exclusively. And so they thought that that was actually an advantage. And of course, they also offer significant matching and in-kind funds. So the recommendation from the CIRM team is that we concur with the grants working group recommendations for funding. But in addition, the CIRM team supports the minority position for application 13597, and we recommend funding of this application as well. And because this particular application is from an existing site, and part of the reason why we're recommending it is that we know through our management of that grant award that this is a site that has been quite successful in supporting cell and gene therapy trials. And a key criticism from the working group was a lack of stem cell gene therapy trials within the application. But what happens, the applicant chose to only highlight CIRM-funded trials rather than their full scope of trials that they support. We know for a fact that the applicant has a very healthy portfolio of stem cell and gene therapy trials, and we do believe that this was a key factor in giving this application a score of 2. I want to highlight a couple of elements that under Prop 14 should be considered programmatically. One is that the Institute shall prioritize applications for alpha stem cell clinics and community care centers of excellence that offer matching funds or verified in-kind support consistent with the highest medical standards as established by the governing board. And this one is a little more tangential, but the Institute shall prioritize the funding of applications for community care centers of excellence. That's not what this is. That enhance the geographic distribution of those centers across the state, but in consideration of the location of the alpha stem cell clinics to promote patient access. So there is a relationship in terms of geography. There's a goal to spread the geography both of the alpha clinic and then even further with the community care centers of excellence. So to the extent that there is some geographic distribution under Prop 14, that is something that is hope that we accomplish. This is a reminder of those that have a conflict of interest that was declared for at least one of the applications. So a reminder again that if your name is up here, you should look to make sure what application you may have a conflict with, and if you have a conflict with that application, to refrain from discussing or voting on that application. Let me then show you the spreadsheet, which is also in your materials. that shows each of the applications. And within that are also information about the general geography and the matching and in-kind matching that was provided by each of the applicants. Mr. Chairman.
Could you just enlarge that a bit, Gil, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm seeing it. That's not the entire.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, Gil, thanks very much for that. I'm going to first thing here personally move that we move the one application that's listed in tier 2 for purposes of discussion up to tier 1. Do I have a second for that?
I second.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Okay, so this application, which is from UCSD, let me just make some comments on this. First of all, on the application itself, as is evidenced by the materials that were provided to the board online, did generate a number of comments on the negative side, dealing with various aspects of the application. Although I will note, interestingly, that there was the slide Gil had, which listed the 4 criteria, which were yes/no questions that members of the GWG were asked. And for all 4 of those questions, the GWG had more yeses than nos. So how they ended up with a vote of 6 to 8 favoring tier 2, I'm not entirely clear, but nonetheless, there were a substantial number of comments. Having sat in on the review, there are a couple things I wanted to highlight. The applicant, which was the presentation was led very capably by Dr. Kat Jameson, talked in terms of what they had. Gil alluded to this already, talked in terms of what they had at the Alpha clinics, a considerable amount about a CIRM funded project, which yielded a monoclonal antibody for cancer treatment called CIRM-tuzumab, which has had a considerable degree of success. And was described, it's an antibody which looks to inhibit the activity of cancer stem cells, and therefore had a stem cell element to it. The discussion about that, Dr. Jameson is very proud of that work, very proud of what CIRM has done to enable it, spent a lot of time on that, and did not spend much time on other projects that deal specifically with cell and gene therapy. As Gil just mentioned, that's largely because she chose to highlight that particular project because it was a CIRM-funded project, and did not talk about the others, but they have a great many cell and gene therapy projects in their Alpha Stem Cell Clinic that were not mentioned, but are very important and evidence their focus on that, on cell and gene therapy itself, in addition to the project that was highlighted. So to me, that was strictly a matter of how the grant was presented in the oral presentation, and not at all backed up by empirical evidence for those that were concerned that there was no focus on cell and gene therapy. The second thing that was of considerable discussion was Dr. Jameson, in her presentation, spent most of the time talking about the work that's being done at the stem cell clinic itself at UCSD, and did not spend a particularly large amount of time dealing with how the UCSD work networks with the other institutions in the alpha stem cell clinic. And you'll see a number of comments to that effect in the negative comment component of what's online there. In fact, I'm very familiar with the UCSD program. They have many collaborations with other institutions in the network. As an example, as it happens, last week, was it last week or earlier this week? There was I lose track, there's so many different things going on. There was a symposium at UCSD that I went down to see. One of the segments featured a panel very capably emceed by Dr. Milan on alpha stem cell clinics, and at which were representatives from UCSD, UCI, UCLA, and others. And in the course of that discussion, there was a number of comments that Dr. Jameson made to the extent of about how much they do collaborate with other members of the alpha stem cell clinic, and indeed the importance of that collaboration, as it is not just important in and of itself, but fundamental to the whole notion of alpha stem cell clinics. So those two things, which got a lot of play in the comments, I thought were, again, a function of what was highlighted in the presentation and not in sort of the way things actually are. Normally when we give comments to applicants, they're responded to either to a considerable extent or not so much. In this case, Dr. Jameson has submitted, which all of you received, a letter exhaustively pointing out how they are dealing with all of the points that were raised in the negative comments. And having read that, found it to be very persuasive and indicative of the fact that they heard the comments of the GWG, they've heard the comments of our team, and have given a great deal of thought on how to work in their response to those comments into how their stem cell clinic will proceed going forward if funded. This is an original stem cell clinic that we funded in the Alpha Clinic program. It's very importantly in the southernmost part of the state, and as such deals with patients in that most important area. Were they not to be funded going forward, and to the extent that that had a negative impact on what they're able to do going beyond now, that would be, in my opinion, a real shame. I think that Dr. Jameson and her team are absolutely first rate and have produced many excellent projects that CIRM has funded over the years. In any event, in sum, in spite of the fact that there was opposition, I strongly am in favor of elevating them up to tier 1 to be considered as part of the other very excellent programs that have already been recommended for funding. Okay, that concludes my comments. Are there comments from other members of the application review subcommittee on this particular motion?
Mark has his hand raised.
Mark.
JT, thank you for your extremely articulate comments and laying out the discussions and the clear opportunities related to UC San Diego and addressing the elements where people had expressed concern. And I wanted to amplify and support your recommendations in the context of if you do look at the vote, more specifically, if you look at the 4 categories in terms of the key elements of feasibility, 13-1, value proposition to the state of California, 9-5, serving the needs of the underserved, 9-5, well-planned, 8-6, despite the phenomenon of elements of the communication that didn't necessarily bring out all the strengths of the San Diego platform. And I think really in conjunction, if we look at this organization at San Diego, not only is it a powerhouse with demonstrated success, but there is the phenomenon of the loss of that capability in that particular region would be detrimental, in my view, related to a continuation around the underserved community and to other areas. So I'm obviously, I don't count for a vote on this count, but during the course of the process, I think it's important to support this kind of demonstrated performance. And I think it's a situation where I agree with the staff's recommendation that this should be moved from a 2 to a 1, and that we progress with the funding for this terrific program.
Thank you, Mark. Other comments by members of the board?
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie?
Yes, so I'm going to support what both of you mentioned. And it seems merely sort of a misunderstanding between what was actually presented versus was intended to be presented, a more global description of the work, which Dr. Catterson, I think, eloquently put in her email, in her letter. I just want to say there's something that doesn't compute well in my mind, which is when you look at all the answers of the DWG in the document we have, they're all mostly positive to each of the questions. And yet at the end, we have a total score that is mostly negative. I'm not sure exactly how that can happen. And nonetheless, I support what both of you suggested and what the CIRM team also suggested.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Other questions or comments from members of the board?
There are no other hands raised.
A, do we have public comment on this motion?
I believe we will have public comment. Yes, there is a hand raised. If you could unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes. The caller that is calling in from 858-246-1453, if you could unmute yourself and start your public comment.
Hello there, it's Katrina Jameson.
Great, thanks Katrina, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Thomas and members of the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee for your very thoughtful and comprehensive review of our proposal. We really appreciate this opportunity to highlight the decades of experience in stem cell and gene therapy clinical trials, development, and administration that our team brings to the Alpha Stem Cell Clinic Network, as well as to the patients that are within our 3.3 million catchment area, with 30% being Latinx and underfunded, socioeconomically disadvantaged. So I really appreciate this opportunity to clarify 3 key aspects of our proposal, and especially appreciate the positive comments from the ICOC in this review, and Gil Sombrano for his thoughtful attention. So number 1 is training programs. So we received a recent gift from T. Denny Sanford, with 1/3 of that large gift going to training of fellows and faculty. So we will be investing more in early career investigators, and specifically in the CIRM Clinical Fellowship Program, which we will be very happy to interact with for the other Alpha Clinic sites. So we will be training 4 eligible fellows a year on our service. We have a translational regenerative medicine course already that they will be taking, and they will be training within our advanced cell therapy lab, our new Sanford Stem Cell Innovation Center, and then we have our Sanford Stem Cell Basic and Translational Lab Training Program, where we got a CIRM award. So we've been very grateful to CIRM for the SPARK program, the Bridges program, and the more recent training program. and we'll be adding a very robust fellowship program with additional regulatory and clinical trials training. We continue to train staff nurses and research coordinators and investigators to make sure that we're performing FDA regulatory compliance training for our team. Number two, with regard to the value add to the Alpha Stem Cell Clinic Network and our cell and gene therapy, as Chairman Thomas mentioned, we did highlight something that we were very proud to work with CIRM on, and that's CIRM-tuzumab that is now called zilovertamab and is transitioning to CAR T-cell therapy for a number of solid tumors as well as liquid tumors with an emphasis on breast cancer and other recalcitrant malignancies. So we did highlight the 30 clinical trials that were supported by the Alpha Stem Cell Clinical Network, but we didn't actually talk about that we've done 59 trials in total, enrolled 553 patients. 54% of our trials are cell and gene therapy trials. And what really changed our accrual metrics is when we added an inpatient cell and regenerative medicine service. It's a dedicated service so that we can ensure that we get cell and gene therapy trials into our portfolio. So we basically doubled the number of trials and went from 30 to 59 since we started that service in 2018. So that's a big proportion of what we do. And with this biotech hub of over 600 biotech and pharma companies actually investing in cell and gene therapy locally, I think that we're in a unique position to be able to accelerate implementation of clinical trials. So I give 4 examples in our write-up. One is the clinical
Dr.
trial
Jameson, if
with,
you could just wrap it up, please. Thank you.
No, I'm writing it up, but basically angiocrine, Caliber, switchable CAR T cells, the first in human iPS-derived NK cells, CAR T cells targeting cancer stem cell properties such as CARSGen, the hematopoietic stem cell and gene therapy trial for cystinosis in their pipeline. So our lead offerings, in addition to the fellowship program, include our strategic research advising team. And finally, with DEIA, we have, as a system and our Alpha Stem Cell Clinic Cell and Regenerative Medicine
start
service,
losing votes.
enrolled 533 racially and socioeconomically diverse patients. We will expand that accrual by enhancing our outreach to Hillcrest Hospital with 4 coordinators and then to El Centro. So thank you very much for providing the opportunity to provide this public comment. We really appreciate your thoughtful review of our application and the proposal to move it to a Tier 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jameson. Okay, we have want to get to a vote on this. We may be losing people. Is that the extent of public comment, Maria?
Yes, that was the only hand raised.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtful comments on this. Maria, will you please call the roll on this motion, which is specifically just to move this up to Tier 1?
Dan Bernal.
Aye.
Judy Chow.
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey, Anne-Marie Dulege.
Aye.
Isabel Dudon.
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Aye.
Brad Fisher, Elena Flowers.
Yes.
David Higgins, Steve Julesgaard.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Chris Miskowski.
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Joe Panetta, Al Roulette.
Yes.
Marvin Southard.
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, if everybody can hang on just for one quick second to finish this out. So now do I hear a motion to approve all of the Tier 1 recommended projects?
And just as a reminder, if you have a conflict with this, you cannot make or second the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Al. Are there questions or comments from members of the board? Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Hearing none, Maria, will you please call the roll?
Yes, and as a reminder, if you could say yay or nay, yes or no, except for those with which I have a conflict. Thank you. Dan Bernal.
Aye.
Judy Chow.
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey, Anne-Marie Dulege.
Aye.
Isabel Dudon.
Aye, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Thank you. Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Fred Fisher, Elena Flowers.
Yes, except those for which I have a conflict.
Thank you. David Higgins, Steve Julesgaard,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Lauren, thank you. Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta, Al Rolette,
Yes.
Marvin Southard,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
I, except for those which I have a conflict.
Carol, thank you. Carol Watson,
Yes.
except for those, can you add that? You have a conflict.
Except for those with which I have a conflict.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for that. Congratulations to all Alpha Stem Cell Clinic grant recipients. We look forward to continued excellence and bigger and better things as we proceed down the road.
JT, I apologize. We have a mandatory fire drill happening in the building right now, so I'm going to have to sign off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Maria tells me we may have quorum issues. We have two very minor, let's see.
JT, we should go to the shared labs. We might, I don't know if Beth needs a break, but we should definitely do shared labs.
Yes, we definitely.
And it was quorum with ARS. I think we're good for everything else.
Oh, okay. All right. So Beth, do you need a short break here?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, I should note for those just relevant to the Alpha clinics that the members of the medical affairs team held the first meeting in connection with the Community Care Centers of Excellence this week in Fresno, or in Clovis, I should say. That was attended by many of the stakeholders in that area to talk about what would be good elements going into the Community Care Centers of Excellence concept plan. The discussion was ably emceed by Jeff Lomax. Sean Turbeville and members of his team were there, as well as Dr. Padilla and myself representing the board, Maria Bonneville and Kevin McCormick representing the communications team and patient outreach team. It was a very, very robust discussion with lots of great input by the stakeholder group. Everybody got a tour of the Community Cancer Institute there, which is most impressive as part of a larger campus of medical facilities. And it was a great day, and the first of several such meetings that will be held around the state over the course of the coming months to inform that Community Care Centers of Excellence concept plan. So stay tuned for that as it proceeds its way down the road. And thank you to everybody who made that happen. It was an excellent event. Okay, we're going to move, since Beth is still able to go here without a break. Thank you, Beth. We're going to go next to item 5, consideration of shared labs resources concept plan, which will be presented by Doctors Greisheimer and Kenneth Aviles. Uta, I think we're going to go right to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm hoping to set up my slides here. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present the concept for shared resource laboratories for stem cell-based modeling. Okay. So this is an infrastructure program designed to align with CIRM's mission to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. Shared resource laboratories, if approved, will represent a form of competency hubs envisioned in our strategic plan under advancing world-class science. This program also touches on building knowledge networks and on building a diverse and highly skilled workforce in California. So before I introduce you to the concept for the shared resource labs for stem cell-based modeling and go over the opportunities and needs we intend to address, I'd like to provide some historical context for the stem cell-based modeling field. In 1998, the derivation of human embryonic stem cells was first reported. A few years later, in 2001, federal funding for human embryonic stem cell research was affirmed. However, it was restricted to human embryonic stem cell lines that already existed at the time. In 2004, California voters approved Proposition 71, leading to the creation of CIRM. And one of the infrastructure programs CIRM put in place to provide California researchers with access to critical funding for human embryonic stem cell research was the Shared Labs program, providing access to dedicated research space, to specialized instrumentation, to human embryonic stem cell lines, and training and education for researchers and students, and making the emerging field of human embryonic stem cell research at the time more accessible to California researchers. During the time the Shared Labs Lab Awards were active, there were two important events that occurred. In 2007, the derivation of iPS cell lines was first published, of human-induced pluripotent stem cell lines was first published. And in 2009, the federal government lifted its limits on funding for human embryonic stem cell research. One of the main applications of human pluripotent stem cells, that's embryonic stem cells and induced pluripotent stem cells combined, just calling them human pluripotent stem cells. And one of the main applications lies in the use of these cells for disease modeling, and by differentiating the cells into the cell types relevant for the disease that is being studied. And over the last 2 decades, much progress has been made in refining the differentiation protocols and creating models in the dish, much more complex models in the dish, such as organoids and tissues on chips. But challenges remain, and I'll go over that in the next slide. Another groundbreaking discovery was reported in 2012, demonstrating that a genome editing system that evolved in bacteria can be used as a genome editing tool in other cells, such as human cells. And this CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing system makes stem cell-based modeling an even more powerful tool for studying disease mechanisms, for discovering new biomarkers and therapeutic targets. So with the passage of Proposition 14, we now have an opportunity to leverage existing capabilities and address needs in the field and to help advance world-class science by establishing core resources across the state. So what are the opportunities and what are the needs we intend to address with the shared resource laboratories concept? There is abundant scientific strength, innovation, and expertise in California to capitalize on the promise of stem cell-based modeling. And we can also leverage some of the infrastructure CIRM already supported under Proposition 71 with the shared labs then as core labs and providers of training and courses going forward. Based on stakeholder input we've gathered through various means such as town halls, surveys, and we had a workshop earlier this year. We learned about important needs that can be addressed with the Shared Resource Labs program. There are many laboratories that do not yet use stem cell-based models, but are interested in acquiring that expertise. And on the other hand, there are laboratories that are well-versed already in stem cell-based modeling, and are already sharing the expertise, but can't really meet the demand as it is time consuming and costly to divert resources to training other researchers and educating students in this technology. So in addition to these infrastructure needs, there are also scientific challenges the field is facing related to the limited reproducibility of findings across labs and models used. And there's a need to better understand the predictive value of stem cell-based models for human biology and disease. So based on these needs, we are proposing to fund a shared resources labs program that would have these functions that are listed here. First, we envision this would provide researchers locally at grantee institutions, and also regionally at neighboring institutions, with access to a cell culture facility for conducting stem cell-based modeling experiments. And it will also provide those researchers with access to highly specialized technologies that are needed for the analyses of these models. Further, this program would provide researchers, again, locally, but also across California, access to well-characterized, unmodified and modified human pluripotent stem cell collections, partially or fully differentiated stem cell-based models, and training of researchers in conducting stem cell-based modeling experiments. The Shared Resource Labs program is also intended to support educators, including those in CIRM's education programs, by offering formal techniques courses for student education. And we'd ask applicants to be creative and offer other student experiences with stem cell-based modeling to attract students into the stem cell field. And finally, we expect funded shared resource laboratories to become self-sustaining by the end of the award period. Not all laboratories with research agendas and hypotheses that could be addressed using stem cell-based models currently have access to relevant local infrastructure and expertise. So to ensure broad access to stem cell-based models across California, we therefore envision two types of shared resource labs, which I'll refer to going forward often as SRLs, shared resource labs. The establishing SRLs will provide access to stem cell-based modeling expertise in geographic areas where access to models is currently limited, while the enhancing expansion SRLs target institutions that have already cutting-edge stem cell-based modeling expertise, and we will ask them to share broadly. Establishing SRLs would be funded to renovate space for a core facility and then equip it, while enhancing expansion SRLs would be funded to equip existing core space. Both types of shared resource labs would then be expected to establish the expertise in stem cell-based models that they intend to offer in their core facilities. And then they would operate these cores by providing access to the facility and the specialized services and equipment they offer, by sharing their models and expertise and resources for research broadly, by training researchers and providing educational resources and activities. A formal techniques course to be offered that would be optional with extra funds. Since the two shared resource lab types differ in focus and scope, applications will be solicited through two separate RFAs. So once funded, all shared resource labs are expected to function as part of a network. CIRM will coordinate a steering committee that will drive the network functions, which I will introduce in a few slides down. But the individual SRLs and the network as a whole will work to achieve the overall objective of this funding opportunity, to provide access to models, to stem cell-based models across California, to advance standards and reproducibility of stem cell-based models, to provide access to educational opportunities, and to develop sustainable stem cell core infrastructure in California. The funding we would offer per award is listed in the top row. The two award amounts within an SRL type reflect funds needed for offering a formal stem cell techniques course, which is optional. And the difference between the two shared resource lab types reflects the renovation funds provided for establishing SRLs. The award duration will be 5 years. And the main goal, as I mentioned, of establishing SRLs is to establish new resources and expertise to have a novel impact in the local scientific community. And the main goal of the enhancing expansion SRLs is to share existing expertise locally and across California. Co-funding will be required from enhancing expansion SRLs, at least 20% of the operational costs, but it won't be required for the establishing SRLs. And the total budget requested for this program would be $50 million, with $26 million for build and equip funds and $24 million for operational funds. And then the anticipated number of awards are, we're thinking could be 4 establishing SRLs and 10 enhancing expansion SRLs, half each about with a techniques course. So we're proposing to divide these 5-year awards into 3 phases. Shown here are the outcome metrics for each of the phases for the establishing shared resource labs. So by the end of phase A, which should last about 18 months, the shared resource labs core facility should become operational and should be renovated and equipped. The stem cell-based models and the researcher training and student educational programs should be established. In phase B, which lasts 2 years, CIRM-supported operations will occur that are measured by the utilization rate of the core facility with a focus on laboratories that have currently limited access to stem cell-based modeling expertise. It'll be measured by sustained enrollment in researcher training and student educational programs. And we'll look at the success rate of projects that are utilizing the core, such as the data that get generated, some early indications of publications, and leveraged funding. And we'd expect that a delivery of a plan for operations at 50% operational funding halfway for phase C. The final 18 months, phase C, will then continue operations with 50% CIRM operational funding. The same success metrics from phase B would apply, plus we'd expect a delivery of a plan for independent operations halfway through and contributions to shared resource lab network functions. I'd like to mention that based on feedback we received from the board's science subcommittee a few weeks ago, expressing concern that phase A, the renovation phase, may not be long enough, especially since there are still pandemic-related supply chain issues that can slow down such renovations. We have added a statement to the concept proposal that for funded applications, CIRM will work with the awardees to make adjustments to the timing of these phases as needed. The timing, I won't go into the same detail on this slide. It's very similar to the previous slide, but the timing of the phases for enhancing expansion shared resource labs differ from those for the establishing shared resource labs, but the outcome metrics are very similar. Phase A is shorter, lasting 6 months since there is no renovation phase. But again, we expect these shared resource labs to be operational at the end of this phase. Phase B, which lasts 2.5 years for CIRM supported operations, measured again by very similar metrics, except here we've added that we would look at the success rate of projects, not only utilizing the core, but also of the models that have been shared, across the state. And the final 2 years, phase C again is tapered down, operational funding with the goal of getting ready for self-sustained operations at the end of the awards. I'd like to go over some of the eligibility requirements for the Shared Resource Labs program and some of the Prop 14 stipulations that are addressed by this program. The modeling expertise that we expect to be offered in the Shared Resource Labs is limited to in vitro models using human stem or progenitor cells. California nonprofit research institutions are eligible to apply with one application per institution. The program directors must commit at least 20% effort to a program. Pursuant to Proposition 14, Shared Resource Labs are intended to be operational in the first 5 years following the effective date of the initiative. With initiative, in this case, the proposition is meant, so that would be by December, which was December 2020. And therefore, the applications must propose plans that are achievable within the phases that I outlined on the previous slide. CIRM further shall prioritize applications for Shared Resource Labs that enhance the geographic distribution of resources across the state and shall prioritize applications that offer matching funds or verified in-kind support. Applications must include plans to address diversity, equity, and inclusion in their program. These plans should describe how the proposed activities will ensure that users of the Shared Resource Lab cores and the recipients of the stem cell-based models and expertise represent diverse goals, approaches, perspectives, and backgrounds. They should describe how any proposed educational activities will ensure participation by underserved populations. They should describe how the Shared Resource Labs team and other contributors will bring diverse and inclusive perspectives and experiences to the implementation of the proposed activities. And they'll describe how the Shared Resource Labs will offer stem cell lines with ancestral and sex diversity that may increase the applicability of the research outcomes to diverse populations. I'm almost done. The Shared Resource Lab applications must include a knowledge sharing plan to describe processes and systems. The applicant should proposes for advertising access to their models, for sharing best practices, for creating and using models, and for sharing their knowledge and other resources. And they should also describe approaches towards standardizing cell lines and reagents, how they would go about it, and implementing quality control and validation approaches for their models, their stem cell-based models. Shared Resource Lab applications must also include a data sharing and management plan, since the data that are generated during shared lab operations, such as omics and FACS data for cell model quality control and validation, may actually be useful for developing approaches toward improving reproducibility of stem cell-based models. We'd expect that these kinds of data generated during operations will be effectively shared. I should emphasize that data generated by the research projects that take place at the cores and that are funded either by CIRM or other agencies should be complying with their own data sharing and management plans. The knowledge and data sharing plans that are described on the previous slide will be the starting point for Shared Resource Lab network functions. CIRM will coordinate a steering committee of awardees and external stakeholders to facilitate the development of processes and systems for sharing network-wide offerings, best practices, knowledge, and resources, and to facilitate implementation of quality standards, materials, and cell lines across the network, and the development of collaborative approaches toward improving reproducibility of stem cell-based models. And this could include well-characterized human pluripotent stem cell lines as a basis for experiments across Shared Resource Labs or as controls across experiments, characterization and QC assays, quality control assays for the stem cell-based models, and possibly metadata standards. So this is my last slide, providing a summary of the concept for Shared Resource Labs for stem cell-based modeling. The total program budget is $50 million with build and equip funds of $26 million and operational funds of $24 million. For the individual awards, the award caps for establishing SRLs are $5.4 million if they offer a techniques course, $4.4 million if they don't offer a techniques course, while the enhancing SRLs range from 4.3 million with and 3 million without a techniques course. The allowable costs are the build or renovation funds for the establishing SRLs, direct project costs, facilities costs, and indirect costs. And co-funding is required from the enhancing expansion shared resource labs as at 20% on their operational costs. And as a reminder, the California nonprofit research institutions are eligible to apply. So I'd now like to ask that the board approve this concept plan, and I'm happy to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Uta, for that extremely comprehensive and well thought out presentation. Members of the board, it should be obvious that this concept plan, as with all of our concept plans, took an extraordinary amount of work to get to this point. And I think that the level of detail here is just outstanding, and all aspects show extreme thought as to what will make this program work best. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Moved by Kim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the board?
Yes, thank you, JT.
Yes.
Thank you, Uta, for this great presentation. I support the initiative, great initiative, and it's good to see that we can use the funding to provide access through a program like this. I have 3 questions for you. The first one is, I see that cost matching is preferred but not required, and I would like for you to comment on why it would not be required, knowing that when there's cost matching, there is a commitment from the institution or the applicant, not only during the grant period, but also it's a commitment for long-term operation of the facility, which takes me to the second question. I don't quite understand the 20% on operational costs, but the question is, if you can explain that, and the question is, what happens after the grant period? Are you requiring the applicant to show a plan for their ability to continue operating the facilities after the grant period runs? And then the third question, when you approve the applications, you may get requests for geographical locations that are almost too close, that could create a redundancy in the services. Or in those areas, you may need double capacity as opposed to just one lab, but you may need 2. How are you going to assess capacity versus coverage geographically? Thank you.
That's very good questions. So let me start with the cost matching being preferred, not required. I mean, just to clarify, we are requiring that the establishing, enhancing shared resource labs do provide 20% of the operational costs. But that means that the establishing SRLs are not required to provide matching funds. And although they're of course very welcome and would lead to a prioritization, the rationale behind that was that we really wanted to make sure to be able, the assumption is that the establishing shared resource labs, are behind in offering these models and might need just more support from CIRM overall, to get going. And we didn't, we decided to propose to then not require for that reason operational funds from the institution. So that's the rationale behind that. You asked about the plan for operations once the awards are completed. So we will ask our applicants to provide, so there's two answers to that. The first is the tapering, the phases of the award and the tapering of funding in the last phase, which is meant to already have the shared resource labs operating under only half of CIRM operational support in preparation for the end of the award, where they then are expected to function independently. And yes, we do expect them in their application to provide a business plan for how this will work for them, how they anticipate that. And then during the award, we'll have as a milestone an updated plan, that might be informed by what happened during the award period. But yes, we will expect them to provide to us an updated plan for operations after the award. Now, the redundancy of the services, or your question about how to distribute these facilities
across the state in the most optimal manner is a tricky one, since we do, we review applications independently for their merit and not as a group. And maybe what I can, and maybe others from CIRM can chime in, but one comment I wanted to make is that some redundancy in the system, I think, will be highly appreciated, actually. So, for instance, in the context of addressing reproducibility issues. So if similar models are being offered nearby or more broadly distributed, it gives an opportunity for researchers to test their hypotheses using these two different offerings, and it might help with understanding better the true reproducibility of the findings. So that could be actually a strength if there is some redundancy. And then the other thing I'll say is that the part of what we want especially the enhancing expansion shared resource labs to think about is not only to serve their grantee institution and their local community, but how can they really share, their highly specialized technologies across the state. So we'll look for that in the applications as well. It's different. It might not be that everybody can come to the core, but there might be other ways of more broadly sharing. So that might address some of your concerns. I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Ekfa?
Yes, thank you so much for a very thorough presentation. I am very much in support of this proposal. It is a big unmet need. And my question is, how do you see this interacting with the alpha clinics in the future? And how can it be in support of the alpha clinics? My other question is, are these labs going to be only for stem cell models, or would you consider expanding this to having these labs for stem cell preservation and processing? And maybe that would, although that would be a totally, a different area, but in my mind, this is another big unmet need in California that potentially can help other smaller centers participating in stem cell trials.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. Alpha Stem Cell Clinic connections. It's a great question, and I haven't really thought about that. But what comes to mind is that I, for instance, assume that as part of any clinical research that's related to stem cell and gene therapy, questions arise in the, backwards from the bench. From the bedside to the bench direction of research. And so the clinical researchers who are doing the work in the alpha stem cell clinics would have access, through their more basic research funds to bring questions that arise to the stem cell modeling field. And so that would be a really exciting way of supporting research within these basic research cores addressing questions that arise at the bedside. So that might be a great way of thinking about that. And then you asked about whether these shared laboratories could also be in the business, so to speak, of preserving stem cell lines and et cetera. And I think that is not currently part of the way we envision these stem cell labs to function. Now they will, as part of the operations, be offering whatever it is that they offer. But if your question was about like, would they also be taking in cell lines that get generated and distribute them, et cetera, I think that would be asking, that's my opinion, it would be asking too much from this kind of core operation to be also a banker. Now, I understand your concern about this being a great need. And so it's something that should be thought about in general. Is my question to that answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Art, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the wonderful staff who, Uta and others who put this proposal together. It was almost not included in Prop 14. When Bob Klein and I were writing it along with James Harrison, it was added almost not at the last minute, but it was just a very controversial issue because, as you know, there was some controversy in the past where people were not supportive of shared labs. And so I'm glad we put it in, and you proved to us that we were right to put it in, because the project you're proposing, I think, is terrific, and I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Thanks, Art, for that perspective. I see Keith has his hand raised.
Yes. Hi, Uta. Thank you for the presentation. It's good to see you. I don't think there's any doubt that there is a need for facilities like this, that good things would come from providing these kinds of resources to the community. My question, though, is related to that, and that is how you decided to scale these efforts, how many such facilities to build, which really asks whether you did essentially a market analysis to determine whether whether the community senses the need in such a way that they would be happy to pay fee for service, to participate in these and work in these facilities. So did you, going into this and then scaling the model, did you base that on essentially a market analysis?
To sort of answer your question, we certainly have experience with previous shared laboratories that were funded under Proposition 71. And we were guided by the set aside in the Proposition 14 of the build and equip funds for shared resource laboratories. So that's one set of guiding principles that we used. And I see Rosa would like to comment.
Thank you, thank you, Keith, for your question. Actually, so the market analysis that we've done, besides what Uta was just mentioning, has been through all these stakeholder meetings, the town halls, also in preparation for our workshop that we had in February. We spoke to many of the former users of shared resource labs, or the leads of those shared resource labs, and also the potential new users for the establishing shared resource labs. So we did a kind of a landscape analysis internally at CIRM within the staff, and then we reached out to all of them, and Uta and I have had many conversations with many potential applicants and people that have reached out to us. So that's how we worked it out. It wasn't a formalized process, but it was in response to how we were developing this concept and gathering input.
Thank you.
That's all the public. Nope, no more hands raised.
Okay, so do we have any public comment?
I don't see any public comment.
Okay, then Maria, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Haifa Abdullah?
Yes.
Mohammed Abuslam?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Kim Barrett,
Aye.
Dan Bernal,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Michael Botchin, Linda Boxer,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Yes.
Leander Clark Harvey, Deborah Deese,
Yes.
Anne Marie Dulege,
Yes.
Isabel Duron,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yeah.
Fred Fisher, Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
David Higgins, Steve Julesgard,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed,
Yes.
Christine Miskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta, Al Rolette, Marvin Southard, Michael Stamos, Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
Aye.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break here, just to give Beth a chance to recover. And we have a few more action items coming, including item 10, which we're really looking forward to, for Maria. So we will resume back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, if we could all regroup, please. All right, we have a couple of fairly ministerial action items. First up, so item 8, consideration of amendments to the GWG bylaws. Gil.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so we have some proposed amendments for the grant working group bylaws, and the bylaws outline the overall responsibilities, functions, and processes of the grant working group. And periodically, we provide updates or proposed updates to provide clarity and address some changes in our process and or rules. And the last time we did this was in February of 2021. Summary of changes for this round are as follows. The primary change is the addition of evaluation and scoring of application components addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion by patient advocate members of the grant working group. We wanted to ensure that within the grant working group bylaws, we include this element and outline the fact that our patient advocate members can, in fact, score applications based on this element. Some additional changes, clarification of language related to the role of certain scientific team in review to align with our current process and policies, a clarification of the definition of vital research opportunity, which is simply matching it to the language that exists in Prop 14, and some minor edits to language for grammar or clarification. And so these amendments that we're proposing, we seek approval from the board to do so, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Gil. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. This is George.
Second?
Second. Isabel.
Seconded by Isabel. Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the board?
No,
Any public comment?
I do not see any hands raised.
Hearing none, Maria, will you please call the roll?
Haifa Dulak,
Yes.
Mohammed Abuslam,
Yes.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
Dan Bernal,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Michael Botchin, Linda Boxer,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leander Clark Harvey, Deborah Deese. Deborah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Anne Marie Delege. It's Anne Marie back. Okay. Isabel Dudon.
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury. Mark, you're off mute, but we can't hear you. Fred Fisher. Elena Flowers.
Yes.
Judy Gasson.
Yes.
Larry Goldstein.
Yes.
Steve Julesgaard.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Pat Levitt.
Yes.
Linda Mulkus.
Yes.
Shlomo Melman. Shlomo. Chris Miskowski.
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Joe Panetta. Al Rolette. Marvin Southard. Michael Stamos.
Yes, this time I got to my mute button in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Thomas.
Yes and yes.
Art Torres. Art, I know you're on. Carol Watson.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back and ask for a few and see if they've joined. Michael Botchin. How about Anne Marie?
Yes, I just joined. Yeah.
Thank you. Mark Fisher Colbury. Chris Miskowski.
Yes.
Thank you. And how about Art? Did we get Art back? There's no Art. Okay.
Maria didn't call me.
Who?
Keith.
Oh, Keith. So sorry, Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. We are missing a couple of board members. Hopefully they can rejoin.
Okay, thank you. Item 9, consideration of minutes from the September 20 ARS meeting and September 29 ICOC meeting. We have a motion to approve. I'll move to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Anne-Marie?
Any questions or comments on this item from members of the board? Any public comment? Maria, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Haif Abdullah.
Yes.
Mohammed Abuslam.
Yes.
Kim Barrett.
Aye.
Dan Bernal.
Aye.
George Blumenthal.
Yes.
Michael Bachin. Linda Boxer.
Yes.
Judy Chow.
Yes.
Leonda Clark Harvey. Deborah Deese.
Yes.
Anne Marie Dulege.
Yes.
Isabel Dudon.
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury. Elena Flowers.
Yes.
Judy Gasson.
Yes.
Larry Goldstein.
Yes.
Steve Julesgaard.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Pat Levitt.
Yes.
Linda Malkus.
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed. Christine Miskowski.
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Joe Panetta. Al Rolette. Marvin Southard. Michael Stamos.
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Art Torres. Carol Watson.
Yes.
Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Right.
We hear
Maria?
Art there? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I lost the internet, so I missed that roll call. Can you record me as an aye?
Yes, no problem. Thank you, Art.
Thank you. Back in.
Okay, item number 10. I am so delighted and proud to be able to introduce to you our nominee for next vice chair of CIRM, who, as you know, ran the table and received the nominations of 4 constitutional officers, or I should say all 4 constitutional officers, our own Maria Bonneville. And the process we're going to go through here to consider her nomination is Maria, having been vetted and discussed already by the governance subcommittee, which we'll go into a bit later, is going to read in open session her letter to the board expressing her interest and reasons for wanting to be vice chair. And after that, we will go into closed session for Q&A with Maria in closed session with the whole board. And then I will give further direction of what we're going to do once we get in there. But the first thing that we're going to do is, without further ado, to hear from Maria herself. So Maria, please take it away.
Thank you. Dear board members, I am very honored and excited to be nominated to the vice chair position of the ICOC. Having arrived at CIRM 11 years ago at a time when my father was newly diagnosed with Parkinson's, I was enthralled with the promise of regenerative medicine and the possibilities of advances that would ease the burden for not just him, but also for the hundreds of thousands who live with neurodegenerative diseases. To this day, I am still awed by and excited at the possibility of making a difference for so many who suffer from incurable diseases. As someone who came to love and appreciate science late in life, I still sit in amazement at the accomplishments in the field, as well as the role CIRM has played in making this happen. I believe my experience at CIRM positions me well for the vice chair role. CIRM is a unique agency with a large board and a long history. In my various roles, I've worked with both the chair and vice chair in setting agendas, prioritizing work, driving policy, and advising accordingly. In addition, I've worked hard to build trusted relationships with all of you so that I could learn and understand what areas were of the most interest and where I could help shed light on those programs or initiatives. Further, I have worked closely with Maria Milan for the last decade, and we have a great working relationship. I believe I provide a level of continuity and expertise that benefits the board and helps in times of transition. One area of substantive expertise and passion that I have developed through my time at CIRM has been in public outreach and communication. With the passage of Proposition 14 and its increased importance on these areas and their expansion into affordability and accessibility, my experience uniquely positions me to undertake the vice chair's new responsibility of chairing the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group and guiding this part of CIRM's mission. Notably, after Prop 14's passage, I worked closely with the chair and vice chair to identify, recruit, and interview almost all the current members on that working group. The AAWG's work has only recently started and will greatly expand over the next few years. While its work has most recently been focused on patient support services and accessing the $15.6 million in the Patient Assistance Fund, it will soon need to address the Community Care Centers of Excellence. This program is driven by community, working group, and board input. Additionally, as the team grows, the partnership between the board, the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group, and CIRM's Medical Affairs team will be critical to set priorities and bring a roadmap to the board for final approval. This plan should include yearly goals and an estimated budget, both for administrative funds and for research-related programs. There are plenty of policy areas to cover as well, some of which will require AAWG input, some will require standards working group input, and some will require final endorsement by the board. These areas, standards for reimbursement, appropriate use of CIRM's Patient Assistance Fund, how to combat stem cell tourism, pricing, and others, also need focus and guidance. I spent over a decade working in Sacramento, both on campaigns and on staff, and maintained close relationships with former colleagues who now work in various functions in state government. It is important to continue our current vice chair's steadfast work, keeping Sacramento up to speed on CIRM's progress. Having worked closely with the board, I have other suggestions to optimize the board's effectiveness and influence. They include setting a board calendar for the year that lays out organization-wide initiatives with timeframes so that the board can rely on a more consistent schedule. A board retreat when the new chair starts. All members could benefit from a focused day discussing CIRM's priorities, the years ahead, and any new subject matters or policy areas to be considered throughout that year. Public outreach work as directed by the team, continued work on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and programs, and working group and subcommittee membership. Thank you all for considering my nomination and allowing me to continue to work to fulfill CIRM's mission for the people of California.
Thank you, Maria. I'm going to hold all comments, questions till we get into closed session here. And towards that end, Karen Getman will be reading us the appropriate subsection language to take us into closed session. Karen?
Karen, you're on mute. Apologize. We are going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, Subdivision A, and Health and Safety Code Section 125290.30 F3D for a discussion of personnel, and in particular, the recommendation concerning the nominee for vice chair, including percent effort, compensation, and start date, and the recommendation regarding percent effort, compensation, and start date for the chair.
Thank you. And so, Doug, will you tee it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Everybody can just join closed session. We'll see you on the other side.
You might need some water after that. Yeah.
Okay, Mary Ann, we are returning from closed session. If you could re-engage everybody there, thank you.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so we're back now. We have two more action items that directly stem from the discussion we just had in closed session. Item number 12, consideration of vice chair candidate, including percent effort and compensation and start date. And before we look to a motion, I'm going to ask the chair of the governance subcommittee, Dr. Gasson, if she would report out the recommendations of the governance subcommittee and the recommendations that were just discussed by the full board in closed session. Judy.
Thank you very much, Chairman Thomas. And as a reminder, the governance subcommittee with consultants and Kevin spent about a year harmonizing the positions at CIRM into 10 levels, and then conducting a very extensive market survey to try to determine the appropriate salary ranges for each of those levels. So the recommendations that we're going to make now reflect the midpoint or the 50th percentile of those ranges from the market survey. So the first recommendation of the governance subcommittee is to enthusiastically recommend Maria Bonneville to the position of ICOC vice chair, that the position is a 100% effort.
Juju?
Oh, and that the salary would be at the midpoint for level 9, which is $336,500.
Thank you. Do we hear a motion to that effect?
Move.
Moved by Ingrid. Seconded, I think that was Art.
Yes.
Is there further discussion by members of the board?
I just want to publicly say that I don't think we could do better than taking on Maria Bonneville Gonzalez to become our vice chair. She is well educated in terms of CIRM. She's got a long running track record with CIRM, and she is both not only inwardly positioned to work well, but she is very empathetic and caring and will be a steward for the community and for the taxpayers to make sure that the work we are doing serves them well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other comments? I will say for members of the public that there was extreme enthusiasm for Maria in a cascade of glowing comments in the closed session that we won't repeat here, but I just want everybody to know that that was the case. And I will repeat one thing I said, which is in my 11 and a half years as chair of CIRM, there is nothing I'm more enthusiastic about voting on than this item, electing Maria to be our new vice chair. So, are there any comments from members of the public?
I don't see any, Jake. Oh, hold on. Oh, Maria M.
We have Maria M.
Well, I wanted to, first of all, congratulate Maria Bonneville and also thank the board. I agree with Isabel, no one better. And we're so excited as a team to work with Maria in her new role.
Thank you, Maria. Are there comments from members of the public?
I see none, JT.
Okay, Mary Ann, please call the roll.
Haifa Abdulha,
Yes.
Mohammed Abusalam,
Yes.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
Dan Bernal,
Enthusiastically, aye.
George Blumenthal,
Also enthusiastically, yes.
Michael Botchin, Linda Boxer,
Strong, yes.
Judy Chow,
Yes.
Deborah Dees. Deborah, are you on?
Yes.
Thank you. Anne-Marie Duej,
Yes.
Isabel Duran,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Malmed,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
An enthusiastic yes.
Lauren Miller-Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Al Roulette, Marvin Southard, Michael Stamas,
Another enthusiastic yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes, all caps.
Art Torres,
Very enthusiastic aye.
Karen Watson, Carol Watson, excuse me,
100% yes.
Keith Yamamoto.
Absolutely. Yes.
Another enthusiastic yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Congratulations.
All right, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, really, for having faith and trust in me. So I really appreciate it. I'm super excited. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item 13, consideration of chair, percent effort and compensation and start date. Again, turn this over to Judy to give recommendations on this item.
Okay, so the recommendation of the governance subcommittee is that the next chair of the ICOC must also commit to a 100% full-time effort with an annual salary set at the median of the approved range for level 10, which is $569,000.
Do we hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Art. Was that Deborah the second?
Kim.
And it was Kim.
Kim, thank you. Okay. Comments by members of the board? Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Thank you. Hearing none. Mary Ann, will you please call the roll?
Haifa Abdullah,
Yes.
Mohammed Abusalam,
Yes.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
Dan Bernal,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Linda Boxer,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Deborah Dees,
Yes.
Anne-Marie Duej,
Yes.
Isabel Duran,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Malmed,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller-Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
okay, Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
Aye.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Did you
Keith
skip
Yamamoto.
me?
Oh, okay, Michael Stamos, sorry, I didn't realize you were back. Michael
No
Stamos,
problem. Yes.
got it. Keith Yamamoto,
Yes.
the motion carries.
Okay. Just to remind everybody, the board chair election is going to be at the next full board meeting, which is December 15th. And this is one we want to have as many people as we possibly can attend. This is obviously, as was today, a very important vote day. So please make sure you got that one circled on your calendar. All right, so we are now, we're heading around the clubhouse turn, heading here towards final stretch. Through our action items now, and discussion items, item 14.
No, JT, I'm
JT,
sorry,
we have
one more.
Sorry.
We have to ask you and Art Torres to recuse yourselves from the
Forgot about
next
that.
item.
Forgot about that. Yes.
Yes, you don't have to leave, but please don't participate in the discussion. As JT just mentioned, the election of the new board chair will be December 15th. Both of the candidates, as you're aware, are outside of the current organization. So the governance subcommittee is recommending that the next chair and vice chair of the ICOC assume those positions at the first full board meeting in January, which is currently scheduled to be January 26th. And the chair sent out an invitation earlier today, hoping that we would be able to meet in person for that meeting on January 26th. So I would entertain a motion for this proposal from the governance subcommittee.
So moved.
Thank you, Pat. I'm sorry, who was that? George?
Michael Stamus.
Michael. Oh, thank you, Michael. Mary Ann, would you call the roll, please?
Haifa Abdullah.
Yes.
Mohammed Abuslam.
Yes.
Kim Barrett.
Aye.
Dan Bernal.
Aye.
George Blumenthal.
Yes.
Michael Botchin. Linda Boxer.
Yes.
Judy Chow.
Aye.
Deborah Dees.
Yes.
Anne Marie Dulege.
Yes.
Isabel Garon.
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Yes.
Elena Flowers. Elena.
Yes.
Judy Gaston.
Yes.
Larry Goldstein.
Yes.
Steve Julesgard.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Pat Levitt.
Yes.
Linda Malkus.
Yes.
Shlomo Mehmet.
Yes.
Christine Miskowski.
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Okay. Michael Stamos.
Yes.
Carol Watson.
Yes.
Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Again, thank you and all members of the governance subcommittee for your extreme amount of work over the past year. Almost through once we get to December, but we cannot thank you all enough. This has been expertly shepherded from start to finish, and we're so happy that we're getting to where we are. So thank you very much. Okay, so.
Thank you, JT. And I see that Isabel has her hand up.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if my comment is out of order. I don't know if I could even say this comment, but my conscience requires me to do so. I know that when we do these guidelines based on salaries, that we look at industry, we look at these positions, we look at the people who are highly qualified to be in these positions. I just think about some of the people of California are very most vulnerable populations who are struggling to survive on limited amounts of dollars. And part of me as a social justice warrior finds the amount of money for a public servant really, really difficult to, in some ways, embrace and understand. I appreciate the qualifications, the quality, and the hard work that people put in to get to these places where they're in fact rewarded for their hard work. Just a part of me, given the circumstances of our economy and the struggles of some of our peoples, that this was hard for me to vote on. but I'm hoping that the new chair will recognize their responsibilities to the people of California with a great deal of heart and commitment. But Judy, I just needed to say this. I know how hard you all have done this work, but it's troubling to me, some of the salaries that that everybody gets when we start talking about $500,000 or more. And to hope that they take some of that money out of their pocket and put it back into community work to help community-based organizations do their work better, to help these folks who are most vulnerable in our populations. Thank you, and forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but I just had to say it.
Not at all. And I think you started out your comment by stating the sort of guidelines that we have agreed upon, which is that we want to be able to recruit and retain the highest quality talent from all the different sectors, including industry. And so we looked at each of those salary ranges very carefully and came up with a range that I think represents primarily the academic institutions, but there is a component in there that looks at industry. JT, do you want to add to that?
No, I think that's right. I think this is consistent with what CIRM has done in past salary surveys for the specific purpose Judy's mentioning, which is about attracting and retaining what we believe will be the best people we can have for those roles. But thank you nonetheless, Isabel. Thank you very much for that perspective. Okay. I think that now does finally, sorry, I was jumping the gun earlier, conclude the action items. We're into discussion items. The first one of which is 14 general comments on the ARS process. So we sent a memo out to you fairly recently, which basically said, because certain people are conflicted at different times from voting for this or that in the ARS process, there may be comments from conflicted parties about that process that somebody might wish to make and that they aren't able to because they're conflicted during the application review subcommittee meetings. So at this point, is there any comment from any member of the board on the ARS process itself? Okay, hearing and seeing none, that was quick. We will now move on. Do we know if Craig is on the call yet for the next item?
He is indeed.
He is here. Okay, great. All right, so item 15, financial audit for fiscal 2021. Turn this over to Pune Sumi and Craig Harner from MGO to give us that report.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Thomas. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Sumi Thomason. I'm the finance officer here at CIRM, and I'm here to introduce the next discussion item, which is the financial audit results for fiscal year 2021. As Chairman Thomas announced, that it's Craig Harner. He's the director at MGO, and he's here to present the results of that audit. Welcome, Craig.
All right, thank you, Sumi. I think, Marianne, you're going to put up the slides that I had sent.
Yes, I will get those up right now.
All right.
Is it sharing or, oh, hold on 1 second.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you, members of the ICOC, for allowing us or giving us the opportunity to present the results of our work. If we go to the next slide, I have the kind of agenda that we'll go over this afternoon. So I'll talk about the scope of services and the deliverables that we issue as a result of our audit, the responsibilities of ourselves at MGO as your independent auditors. I'll go over the audit results, and then the last section is called the required communications, and this is a kind of a summary of different things that our standard setters require us to communicate to the governance committees and those that oversee the organization's audit function. So if we advance 2 slides and go one more, we'll go over the scope of services and our deliverables. So we are engaged by CIRM to audit the financial statements as of June 30, 2021. And this includes what's called the statements of the governmental activities and then the stem cell fund. And as a byproduct of our audit, we issue 3 reports. The first 2 are included in the financial statement packet.
What are the principles?
Sorry, it sounds like someone's talking in the background. Anyway, so the first 2 reports are independent auditors report and our independent auditors report on internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters, which is this is an additional report required by government auditing standards, and so these are the very first and last sections of that financial statement report. And then a separate report that we issue is our report to the ICOC, and this consists of our required communications, which again are just some items of importance that we're required to summarize and communicate at the end of our audits. So if we go to the next 2 slides. So as the independent auditors for CIRM, our responsibility is to plan and perform our audit to obtain what is known as reasonable assurance, to make sure that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. Reasonable assurance isn't absolute, it's not 100% assurance, however, it's still a very high level of assurance to make sure that, again, those financial statements are free of material misstatements, whether due to fraud or errors. And our main responsibility is expressing an opinion as to the fair presentation of those financial statements in all material respects in a conformity with the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States, or known as US GAAP. We also apply certain limited procedures to the management's discussion and analysis, which is the very first part of the report after our independent auditor's report, but preceding the financial statements. And what this section is known as required supplementary information. We don't give an opinion on it. We don't provide any assurance over it, but we read through it. We make sure there's no material inconsistencies with the financial statements. And what the management discussion and analysis, or MD&A, is, it's providing a narrative of what happened during the year. It describes significant changes in the accounts and the financial statements. So we always encourage everyone to read this in conjunction with while they're looking at the financial statements. And then our last responsibility is expressing what's called an in relation to opinion on supplementary information that is included in the financial statements. Now, these aren't required, but these aren't required by any standard setters, but they've been included because there's some importance to the entity. And these schedules are the Dolby Grant Schedule of Revenues, Expenditures, and Available Resources. And then for the first time, management presented what we call a combining balance sheet for the stem cell fund and a combining statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. Now, what the purpose of these were with the passage of Prop 14 and having a new funding pool or bucket, if you will, it was to present columns for each of the different propositions, so you can track the revenues, expenditures, and the activities of those over time and kind of see the differences there. And then there's a total column in these schedules, in these combining schedules, that will agree into the financial statements that we issue. And so when we say, we issue what we call an in relation to opinion on these schedules, and it means that in relation to the financial statements themselves, these schedules are fairly stated. Okay. So if we go 2 more slides, we'll get into the audit results. So we, again, as I mentioned, the financial statements are prepared by management in accordance with US GAAP. We subjected them to the auditing standards that are generally accepted in the United States, and then also government auditing standards. We issued our report on the fiscal year 2021 financial statements on October 29th, 2021, and we issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that an independent auditor can give an organization regarding their financial statements presentation. So another unmodified opinion. So it's a testament to all everyone that works at CIRM in the finance department and also at the State Department of General Services to assist with the financial reporting and the accounting for the transactions. All right, and then we go to the last section, required communications. So again, this is just a summary. It's called the significant audit findings. The findings here is used. It doesn't mean there's any issues or errors or anything. It's just what the language that the AICPA uses. And so it's just kind of a summary of how the audit went. And I'll just go through some of the key items. We went over already our responsibility for the financial statements. Our planned scope and timing of the audit is always 55 days. We have to issue a report 55 days after the close of the book. So that's usually around sometime mid to late October. Our scope of the audit again was auditing the financial statements of the governmental activity in the stem cell fund. We also at MGO, we complied with all of our ethical requirements regarding independence. So we go through a pretty rigorous independence review of all our clients every year, make sure that we are in fact in an appearance independent from CIRM. And now we kind of get into some qualitative aspects of accounting practices. One has to do with accounting policies and then accounting estimates. There were no changes to the accounting policies during the year ended June 30, 2021, and there weren't any policies that CIRM uses that don't have a consensus or don't have a basis in GAAP. There's no really sensitive accounting estimates that CIRM uses in determining amounts in their financial statements. We didn't have any significant difficulties encountered during the audit. There weren't any uncorrected misstatements or corrected misstatements for that matter. We had no disagreements with management. Management was able to provide us with a signed representation letter at the end of our audit, which is the last piece of audit evidence that we require. And then we really didn't have any other findings or issues during the year in June 30, 2021. It was another pretty steady and even year. So with that kind of wraps up my presentation over the June 30, 2021 audit, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
So thank you very much. And thank you, finance team, for another year of impeccable audit. Really appreciate all that you do to make sure that that happens. Are there any questions here based on this report? Okay, there you go. There was such a comprehensive, everybody loves the conclusion. So that was, so thank you. So this is not an action item. This is just a discussion item. So there's no motion necessary here, but we just wanted to thank all of you again. Thanks, Craig, for the presentation, and to all members of the team. So if there are no further comments, we will thank Craig and say we move on to the next agenda item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The last item on the agenda today is public comment. Do we have public comment, Marianne, that you see on your screen? Looks like I see a hand out there. I'm not sure which phone number that goes to, but so could you please call on that person and have them identify themselves?
Yes, so phone number 310-469-1180. You have 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Jonathan Flint. I'm a psychiatrist and neuroscientist working at UCLA. And I'm calling in really to emphasize to the board the crushing burden that mental health and neuropsychiatric illness imposes throughout California. Diseases that have a disproportionate effect on our disadvantaged communities. And generally, psychiatric diseases are now recognized to be the leading cause of disability, not just in California, but indeed globally. As a clinician, I'm treating patients and finding this very frustrating because we have so few effective treatments, and those that we do have currently only treat symptoms. We've no way of addressing the core problems, the causes of mental illness until now. I can't emphasize enough how much California, with its diverse communities, its world-leading strengths in neuroscience and healthcare, is uniquely positioned to carry out the work necessary to turn the advances we've achieved in genetics, iPS cells, brain organoids into powerful mechanistic and screening tools so that we can, for the first time, really find the causes of mental disorders and develop new effective treatments. These advances should and can be made here in California. I'm arguing that we need a comprehensive plan to make sure that the money, the $1.5 billion assigned to this work, has maximal impact here in California. And to that end, that plan should involve academic medical centers where strengths in research and clinical trials are based, and incorporate the community groups that consist of and represent our patients who are suffering from psychiatric disease. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to help CRM in any way in this important work.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for those very important comments. As you note, and as we've noted throughout this meeting, we do have the $1.5 billion that is earmarked for diseases of the brain in Prop 14. Mental health obviously is a very major component of that, particularly with the breakthroughs in identifying genes for the first time that actually are linked to mental illness in one fashion or another. And we've had several discussions on this topic, and I would ask Dr. Milan that as the plan for how to deal with the $1.5 billion comes into play, that these comments and the need to address mental illness specifically be integrated into that plan, and that Dr. Milan and the team come back to the board with thoughts on how to make that happen, as this is something that we do need to view as a major priority. In general, we have a disproportionate number of patient advocates on the board devoted to mental health. And so I think that this is a very timely comment, and thank you very much for that. Do we have other members of the public? Any other public comment?
There is none.
Okay, hearing none, that concludes a very substantive meeting. Thank you, all members of the board, for your attendance. Again, please circle December 15th. That's a very important date as well, as we will be voting on the new chair at that time. And with that, I wish everybody a happy Halloween, and we will see you in various subcommittees in November and back again in Bonk in mid-December. We stand adjourned.
And Dia de los Muertos.
Thank you.
One.